Hello everybody, good morning and happy Monday to you all. Thank you guys very much for being here today. I appreciate it. Amy, Lael, Eags, Drew, Mendy, Mr. Santa, Carrie, Buffalo Bill, Dustin, Patrick, Brandon, Towan, Mantar, Bandit, Sven, Cold Rain, welcome everybody. Garlac, Guitar Junkie, Austin, good afternoon, good evening to you guys. All right, so today we are going to hit 60. It's probably going to happen pretty quickly. My plan is to go work on this quest here, and especially if we manage to finish this, that should ding us between the kills and the completion. Should do it. After that, we're going to play some hardcore. And that is the plan for today. Am I still going to do the Warlock for hardcore? Yes. Yeah, we're still doing a lock. Yep, I have them created. I've logged them in. I've did my key bindings. I've got everything set up. So we'll be good to go. I must like pain. Warlocks are just not me. I mean, I haven't played a lot of Warlocks, that's true. I feel like it's going to be okay for the hardcore run. If I were just trying to level up like another character to 60 right now, I wouldn't play a Warlock. But I think for the sake of a hardcore run and for the sake of staying alive, I'm kind of counting on like the survivability to create some kind of buy-in with me so that I can get into the class a little bit. It may or may not happen. If I get to level 20 and I'm hating it, then we'll roll something else. But I'm doing a lot of things different with this run, so I feel like it's a good time just to try something different. I really want to play a rogue, but I don't know if I want to play a rogue in hardcore, or if I just want the rogue to be the next character that I level up in a non-hardcore environment. Tim, good morning, man. Welcome to the stream. Did I complete the lingering quest in my log? Knowing me, probably not. Oh, you know what? Surprisingly, I only have one completed quest in my log. And speaking of this completed quest, where am I turning this in? Okay. Like, maybe I should read it. Bring the 3 chapters of the Twilight Lexicon to Hermit Ortel in Silithus. Is the Hermit just not a dude, like, back in town? Oh, wait, where was... Oh, here he is. He's in the cave. Okay. Like, maybe if I just fight my way out in this direction, and we turn this in, like, maybe that dings us? We need a bubble and then a little bit more than a bubble. But maybe not. Maybe that's a lot to expect. We'll fight our way out there. On foot the old-fashioned way. One more time for old time's sake. And we'll turn it in and we'll see what happens. Because that might do it. It might do it. Carnifexia, good afternoon to you. Am I gonna go demonology or affliction? I think I tend to like start in affliction. I don't know. I know for sure I'm gonna grab improved corruption, so we can get corruption down to an instant cast. After we get corruption at instant cast, like, we can keep going into affliction, we can look at other trees, but I think I'll approach it like any other class. I think we'll just read the talents, like, tier by tier, and we'll see, like, what do we want to grab, what do we feel like would benefit us. And then I also feel like specs do differently at different levels. So even though we might start off as one spec, once we have like 20, 25 points to spend, we might decide, well, hey, if we do this other spec, we can now get down to this talent. So I feel like we'll approach it like we always do, and we'll probably try different things in different level brackets if we live that long. Why am I choosing an EU server? Because when I'm playing, like, the time that I play during the day is not prime time. And what I want to see is, I want to see what it feels like to be playing on a server during its prime time hours, which for most people is after their workday. I don't like to play in the evening time these days. Obviously, like, when I stream for 4 or 5 hours a day, the last thing I really want to do is to get back on in the evening to do dungeons, do raids, stuff like that. So this is kind of a test to see if I could play on an EU server, which would really suit me from, like, a time perspective. And then if it is something that I enjoy, and if it works, and we don't have any issues with it, then I might do Cataclysm / Mist of Pandaria stuff on the EU server in the future, so that I can find a raid team that raids when I play. Because I can't get on in the evening and raid. Like, if I'm gonna raid, it has to be, like, right now. Like, ideally, raid would have went out at noon my time or 1 o'clock my time, and then raid finishes before dinner, and then I'm super happy, and I've gotten to raid. So yeah, it's the beginning of an experiment to see if maybe playing on the EU server with the time difference will be better for my lifestyle. And yeah, we are going to be on Stitches. The hilarious thing is, like, so I made the new account, right? Linked it to my Battle.net account. I got it subbed. When I first signed in as a new player, so at this point the account's treating you like a new player, it put me on the hardcore realm, but it didn't put me on Stitches. Like, the create character screen came up, and then I look and I back out, and I'm actually on the I'm on the second hardcore realm, is where they started my account as, like, a person logging into Classic Era for the first time. I thought that was hilarious. It's, like, probably not the kind of welcome that, like, an actual new player really wants. Just to be thrust onto a hardcore server, and not even the populated hardcore server, but, like, the lower pop hardcore server. Also, the cool thing about playing on the EU server from, like, a purely, like, an aesthetics perspective is that I'll get to see the game world at sunset and in the nighttime, whereas obviously typically I only usually get to see the zones in the morning or daytime. So that's going to be cool too, from just, like, an aesthetics point of view, just to have, like, a slightly different skybox to look at than what I'm used to in the zones. We'll see how it goes. Achievebo, good morning, man. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for being here today. And Chivo, thanks for the membership, man. I appreciate that. I do. Thank you. You guys are setting your clocks back this week in the EU? You guys also fall back? Oh man, I don't know when we're doing that. I guess we're probably doing that here pretty soon. They change it like every year, it's slightly different. What year is it? 2024. When do we fall back? November 3rd. Okay, so that's a little bit later than I expected. November 3rd we fall our clocks back. And then it gets dark at 4:30 in the afternoon. And then the clouds come and then you never see the sun again. And somehow they feel like that's cool. Like that's what we need. Yeah, what society needs is for it to get dark at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what we need. That's gonna help us a lot. It's like, it's absolutely insane to me. Because where I'm at in the summertime, at like the peak of summer, so for like, for the second half of June and like the first half of July, the sun doesn't go down until like 9:30, 9:40 at night. I think the latest sunset we have is like 9:48, which means at 10 o'clock at night, for like a chunk of the summer, like 4 or 5 weeks out of the summer, it'll be light out. There will be light in the sky at 10 o'clock at night. And so like, you're supposed to be okay with that. That's fine, right? Everything's fine. Like, you have a 9-year-old that he doesn't want to go to sleep because he's not stupid. He sees that there's light out in the sky. But you're supposed to go from that to then you get into like December and January, and then the sun is going down. It's pitch black at 4:30 in the afternoon. That's a 5-hour difference of like when my brain and when my like emotional complex is supposed to be okay with it getting dark out. Like in a handful of months, I'm supposed to completely shift my perspective from expecting sunlight until 10 p.m. to expecting sunlight only until about 4 p.m. It's it kind of sucks. And I don't think that daylight savings time, the way we do it, really helps with this phenomenon at all. In fact, it seems to make it worse. Like, springing forward feels like the reason why it's light out till 10 o'clock, and falling back is definitely the reason why it gets dark out at 4. I don't know. I don't feel like it does anything. I feel like we could just leave it alone. Just let time be whatever time it is, and things would probably still be awkward between the seasons, but I don't feel like it helps. Yeah, and it's like these things that we do when we're like falling back and stuff, like these rules of keeping time were created like prior to the Industrial Revolution, I'm pretty sure. So like back when people were still using oil lamps and shit as a means to like light up the world. So we're following like archaic systems of timekeeping from when we used oil lamps. It's like, yeah, we don't really have to worry about that anymore. No one has to walk around the town square like lighting all the oil lamps with the little stick thing for people to be able to see in the morning. Like, that's not how life is. Ganner, where you're from, there's 2 hours of light. No sun though in December and January. Yeah, like I don't know, man. That sounds really bad. That doesn't like sound, I know people live in places like that. Look, whatever. We probably always have in some way or another, but it feels really bad from like the perspective of being a human being to get like 2 hours of sunlight a day. I think like 9 out of 10 doctors would tell you that it's probably like long-term, like just not really healthy. And same thing with it being sun during summer though, it's sunny all night long. I feel like that's equally bad. It in some ways could be worse. I feel like I think that either end of the spectrum is pretty awful. Like whether you're only getting 2 hours of light or you're only getting 2 hours of dark, it just feels like a rough place for a human being to live and like be good. I don't think I could do it. I could probably do it for like a year experimentally, right? Like, oh, I'll do this for a year and see how miserable I am. But it's not like I couldn't live that way, like realistically. That's rough. Oh yeah, we talked about this before. It was the guy who wanted more daylight after his shift at work to collect insects. Yeah, I don't know how much we can trust that. That's a cool story. I'm glad that that's what comes up when we search Google. It's a cool story, and I think it's funny, but I feel like there was probably a little bit more involved. I don't know. That's all it was.
How are
we
you?
Put one dude in charge of time, and that dude just wanted a little bit more daylight.
See you around. Have a good one. See you later.
Oh, snap, boys. We did it. We've hit 60. For me, for the first time in Classic Era, since it came out in 2019, this is the first time that I've dinged 60 while in Classic Era. We've hit level cap on characters during TBC, we've hit level cap on characters in Wrath of the Lich King, and obviously in Cataclysm. But this is the first time that I've capped a character. We've played them front to back, we didn't play alts really, we went right through and we dinged 60, so I feel pretty good. It feels good. And now we go home to rest our... I think we should probably head back to Stormwind. We have a little apartment there waiting for us. We have some books to read that we've been putting off. We probably have mail to sort through, like adverts to look at and stuff. And so we probably got some dusting to do around the place. And so I think I'm going to take us back to Stormwind. We'll take another ride. We'll take a ride on the tram for old time's sake. Thank you guys for being here. This has been a little bit of a different experience. Well, obviously, when I decided to play this character, I kind of tried to like not play alts and not do other stuff. And like parts of this journey were very challenging for me. And I kind of tried to like make sure that didn't show too much. Especially during the 40s. During the 40s and then getting into the 50s was really tough. Obviously, like when we started to get stream sniped in that same level bracket, that was really hard. There were a lot of moments during this playthrough when I thought like, damn, it'd be good just to re-roll and jump on an alt for a while. Just kind of do something a little different. But for the most part, we stuck with it. And I didn't take any breaks from this character besides like we had a day here where we played like Cataclysm for a couple hours when the servers were down. We had a half a day on the rogue because we were getting stream sniped, but besides that, we were just on it. So that felt really good. Now it's time to die to some silly murlocs. Right, exactly. Oh, we missed the tram. Oh, damn. Okay, let's wait for the other one. Yeah, so this has been good. It's been really great to have you guys here for it. But yeah, we are going to start our hardcore run today. Over on Stitches EU, I think I have everything ready to go with that. And what I need to do now is I need to change my thumbnail really quick for the stream and change the stream title really quick. Luckily, I'm like super smart. I already got my thumbnail made. There we go. Okay, now we gotta probably change the description a little bit. Actually, there we go. Let's just get rid of this. Alright, that should be good. That should be good. We are going Alliance. Yeah, we're going Alliance. I guess I really didn't put a lot of thought into it. When I just kind of like went Alliance side. Tim, thank you so much for the super chat, man. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, my plan was initially to do Alliance side. Would you? I wonder, would it be better to do Horde side? And originally, I had planned Alliance side because I thought I'd be playing on North America realm. So I thought, hey, if the character dies, I can transfer them to White Main. I have other characters on White Main; they could just live there. Now that I'm on the EU server, like it honestly doesn't matter what faction I am. So yeah, like I had just planned to play Alliance out of reflex. But we could do like a female orc warlock. I'm gonna start hardcore today. It feels good to me to hit 60 and let this character go home for a little while. Put her feet up and catch up on her reading, you know. Should I do a poll? I might not listen to this poll, but since I have a few of you guys here, we can go ahead and do a poll. And then, you know, I probably won't listen to it, but if it's tilted like one way or another, I'll listen to it. If it's another one of those 60-40 type situations, then I'll just make up my own mind. Here, we'll do it this way. Alright, there we go. Faction for our hardcore run on Stitches EU. Start poll. Go at it, guys. I'm gonna train our level 60 stuff. Yeah, it's gonna end 60-40 or somewhere close to that. It never tilts very much one way or another.
Need help? For the Alliance.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tie. Which is exactly what I expected. Which is good, that's good. We have like almost equal representation for Horde and Alliance. There's a couple of pros and cons to consider. The first con is this. I don't know the faction balance on Stitches, but I have a strong feeling that there are going to be more Alliance players than there are going to be Horde players. Now we could test this, but I would be willing to bet that there will simply be more Alliance players than Horde players. So that's kind of like the biggest thing to consider. The biggest thing to consider is simply the population that exists. Stitches is 90% Alliance. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I thought. By a large margin. Yeah, exactly. Because more people play Alliance in Classic Era because they have pretty races. The Horde side doesn't really have any pretty races until they get Blood Elves, and that's basically it. Things can seem 50-50, but you really have to crunch the numbers. And what I do is I get on both factions. I do /who 1 to 2. and I look at the amount of people on, if there's a lot of people 1 to 2, I do /who1, /who2, /who3. And you really have to compare like faction to faction, not in a certain area, but just looking for players at that level. And if we were to do that, I have a strong suspicion, especially based on what you guys have said, that Stitches would be highly Alliance side. So I think we'll go Alliance for this one. I would like to play some Horde side Classic Era at some point, because we haven't touched Horde side in Classic Era in a long time. It's been a really long time. So I would like to do it, I just don't know that it's a good idea for the hardcore run on Stitches as my first experience playing on the EU realms. Alright, so I have to close out of this account. Bear with me for a second, guys. You're probably just going to see nothing on the screen for a minute here, because I have to switch accounts to my EU account and fire the game back up. And then we should be good to go. And here we are. Now this is not solo self-found. This is simply hardcore on the hardcore realm. So we'll be using the auction house. And by using the auction house, I mean we don't have any money. So we'll probably just be perpetually broke and struggling. The good thing is, since we're not a melee class, we're not really worried about like buying awesome weapons or stuff like that. We're not going to be like heavily gear dependent. Okay. Here we go. Buckle up. The one thing I did not do was create a window so that you guys can see like skill ups and loot and stuff like that. Let me do that really quick. We'll pull this out here. And I think it can go like right there, seems good. There we go. And so yeah, so the server time here is 7 p.m. Whereas where I'm at, it's 1 p.m. So I think we're going to get to see like the sunset time. I think we might even get to see a little bit of like the nighttime skyboxes, depending on like how late the stream goes. And if I look at my, guys, I have only 117 MS. People often ask like, oh, can I play in a different part of the world from where I'm at? Isn't the lag going to be too great? Apparently not. I have 117 MS. Back in like 2006, like for me, a good MS would have been like 300 MS, like right here in the States, connecting to stateside servers, like trying to raid. If I had 300 MS, like that was considered like really amazing. So the fact that in 2024 I can play on an EU server and I only have 117 MS is freaking crazy to me. It's absolutely nuts. There is no ping. There is no ping. Like you have to get to like 1,000 milliseconds or higher to feel any kind of like hitch in the gameplay, and like you might not even feel it up to 1,000 milliseconds. It really depends. But yeah, like 117 is incredibly low.
How are you? See you later.
What can I do for you?
Esme, happy Monday to you. Yep, we are on Stitches right now.
For the Alliance.
That's what we're doing.
Go with honor, friend.
That's been the plan.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Thank you guys. Alright, so we have Shadow Bolt, we have Demon Skin. Demon Skin is increasing armor by 40 and restoring 3 health every 5 seconds. I don't remember that part of it. It restores 3 health per 5. It's always been like that? I knew the armor part. Okay, well that's really cool. Let's turn on floating nameplates, and we should be good. Now I have to figure out, like, I'm gonna have to know, like, when does the EU do its server maintenance? Like, I don't think that's gonna, like, be during the same times that I play. Cause I doubt you're doing server maintenance in the evening. So I think also, like, on this server, I shouldn't have to ever worry about if there's maintenance going on. Whereas sometimes US maintenance goes right into the time that I'm wanting to play. Wednesdays at 2 a.m. in the EU.
Hello.
Okay.
See you around.
Yeah, that's not gonna... There's no way that can conflict. Yeah, that's gonna be like... That's gonna be evening time for me, like, during the time of day that I don't play.
Have a good one.
Yeah, so I'll never have to worry about maintenance here. Even if it's extended maintenance, it still won't affect me, and that's awesome, because it's always, like, the extended US maintenance... like, often pushes back a stream or, like, completely obliterates a stream. Because it extends right through the part of the day that I play. We're gonna be a stabby type of warlock until level 5 when I can get a wand. Now, will I be able to afford a wand at level 5? Actually, probably not. I wonder if I'm gonna have to do enchanting on this character to make myself some wands. Because I bet they're pretty expensive on the auction house. And I doubt I'm going to have money. How do I turn on my HP and MP number values? Numbers? Show numbers for cooldowns, not really what I want. Display health text. Health remaining. Okay. That did literally nothing. Okay. I know there's a way to do it. I don't know why it's so well hidden. Interface, maybe? Status text? Numeric value. There we go. Perfect. Do I accept gifts on hardcore? I find it's rude to turn down gifts. And so I always accept gifts in the spirit in which they are given. Yeah. Because I find it to be too, like, rude and awkward to turn them down. And I can never manage to consistently turn down gifts, so besides being like inconsistent about it, I just have to accept all gifts. I want this to be a little bit larger. I didn't expect my add-on settings to be a little different. Let's see. Probably tracker. Let's just increase these a little bit. There we go. That's like... That's readable. I can live with that. Now we're doing hardcore? Yep, this is the early beginning of our No Death November. I thought it would take a little longer for us to cap the Paladin, to be honest. I thought we'd be working on the Paladin for like at least the rest of this week. And somehow, like, the speed of leveling from like level 56 to level 60 was not as long as I thought it was going to be. I thought like level 58 to 59 and 59 to 60 were both going to be about twice as long as they were. And so originally I thought we wouldn't even get to do this until November. But yeah, here we are, like basically a week earlier than I thought we'd be.
What can I do for you? Safe travels. See you later.
What level do I get the imp? Can I go get the imp at level 4? I should probably just go train level 2. Training level 2 would probably be smart. At least then maybe I would get Immolate or Corruption or some other spell. So yeah, I don't know a lot about the Warlock, especially in Classic era, but really like in any version of the game. And I know little bits about it, but I'm going to need help with it. The imp is early. We get the imp early. I know we don't get the Voidwalker till level 10. Or maybe level 8.
Good day to you.
But the imp we should be able to get relatively early. Yeah, I think we can get it right now.
Can I help you?
Pretty sure this is the quest.
Safe travels.
I hope you're sure about becoming a warlock, because if you can't hold your own, you're likely to get pulled under. I'm ready to teach you, but I need to make sure you're strong enough first. There was a novice studying at the Abbey who ran off to join the Defias Brotherhood. Why do I care? Well, he stole some important books. One of those happens to be a book I've wanted for myself, The Powers of the Void. Yeah, okay, we can do. Let's do this right now.
Hey there.
It might be a little bit dangerous, especially seeing as how we don't have any money. But I think I am going to try to go get it. Yeah, I know we're going to be... my plan is to dot stuff up and then wand. I don't have names above the people's heads. That's weird. Interface, NPC names. All NPCs? Okay, that's better.
Hello.
Apparently Leatrix is not configured to sell my trash. Let's go ahead and get that going. Which means it's probably not set up to show flight timers. Right, show flight times.
See you around.
Okay.
Good day to you.
There we go.
Have a good one.
And for some reason my auto run keybind is toggling walk. Okay, yeah, I thought I had all this sorted out and it seemed good, but now we're having issues. Let's see, movement keys. Okay, no, I don't even need that, but let's put it back here. I need to toggle auto run. Here we go. That's what I need. Now we're good. Okay. Alright, let's grab Immolate and then we'll try to go after the tome.
Have a good one.
You remember watching when I first started hardcore a few years ago and had like 15 viewers. I appreciate you being here. I do. I've never had 15 viewers, but I do appreciate you being here. The reason I never had 15 viewers is because I had a lot of recorded content before I ever streamed. And so like the first time I went live, I had like 80 or 90 of you guys pop into the stream. And by the time I was consistently streaming hardcore, we were at like 100 every day or more. Appreciate you being here though. Yeah, the only time when I've had like 15 viewers is back when I was trying to do variety stuff. And that was like, that predates the streams. That's back when I was just doing recorded variety stuff when I had like a really low viewer count. Just for some historical accuracy. We've never had 15 viewers on a WoW stream. And that conversation might cost me hardcore character number 1. Which is the fun thing about streaming hardcore, is that I can get easily distracted by you guys and just as easily killed. Okay, we may not be going after our imp right now. I feel pretty weak compared to those guys. You might be getting me confused with somebody else. Yeah, that's entirely true. If I had started the streams and there was only 15 people who were interested in showing up, I probably wouldn't have kept streaming. Because back when I started streaming, my recorded stuff was still doing well. So with the recorded stuff like still doing well, had I started streaming and only had 15 viewers, I wouldn't have kept at it. The only reason I started streaming when I did is the first time I went live, there were close to 100 of you guys who showed up. When I was just doing like an audio test, a video test to make sure everything worked. And like for some reason, like almost 100 people showed up. That was the only reason I like actually started streaming when I did. Oh my god, we got a guy running to where the fuck is this guy coming from? What's his deal? What's he doing? Why are they running? It makes me very uncomfortable when people run near me. I don't like it when people run near me. Yeah, maybe I can't rush this whole imp thing. Maybe trying to get the imp right now is not a great idea. Because I feel like I can't really damage these guys very much. The very first time I streamed, I didn't have my cam on because I was just doing a test, yeah. But there were only 2 or 3 days that I didn't use a camera. There was like the first 2 or 3 days before I got everything like fully set up. And then there might have been a couple of streams where I would like turn the camera on and off a little bit. But no, there was never a long period of time where I streamed and didn't have a camera on. What's my MS on the realm? It's basically nothing. My MS is 117 milliseconds. You have to be at 1000 MS to actually like feel the lag. That's gonna be like the most commonly asked question for whatever reason. I'm gonna have to pin like a comment about it. I think it's at like a tent. There's a tent somewhere, and next to the tent there is a book. Is 280 bad for Cataclassic? No, I'd say if you're at 300 or under, then you're absolutely fine. I would say even if you're raiding and you're at like 300 MS, that's fine. I was at 300 MS back in the day, and that was good. Because internet sucked back in the day. A lot of you guys, maybe like you didn't game, or maybe you were like a lot younger when internet really sucked. But like back in my early 20s, like internet was just shit. Like basically no matter what. And so you could have like the most, I remember getting like, we had like 25 gigabits download, and 25 gigabit download was like effing incredible at the time. We were like so happy to have it. And on that, on like the best internet we can get with our local provider, like me and my roommate at the time, like we would have like 200, 300 MS, and that was considered good. Because internet was bad. Internet is like a billion times better now than it was when the game came out. Like the game is made to handle like certain amounts of latency, because back then certain amounts of latency were absolutely unavoidable. I don't have any like good reflexes from when we played a lot of hardcore or anything. Like I don't have a lot of good habits. I don't have a lot of good reflexes. So this could end really quickly. I could certainly see myself getting this character killed like south of level 7. I kind of forgot like how you kind of have to approach like everything a little bit differently if you actually want to continue to live. I'm gonna stick close to this other player. They might be. Oh damn! Now how am I gonna clear this camp? Not by ignoring the ads out here. Okay, they're taking care of this guy. I have to find out if I can pull one of these without pulling the other two. If we can't pull one at a time, then we can't do this. Yeah, I don't think we can do it. Can I kite this one and like kill it with the dot? Like maybe if I keep this one dotted. Shit, there's no way. There's no way I can do this right now. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to do that pull until like maybe if I'm like level 8 or 9. Maybe if I'm like level 8 or 9 I can do the pull, but there's no way I can do it right now unless somebody helps me out with it. My dot doesn't deal enough damage. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna go kill some kobolds and think about if this is the class that I'm actually gonna try to play. It really sucks to have the imp like hard locked behind a 3-pull. Like being hard locked behind a 3-pull makes it almost impossible for me to get it right now. But like so much of my damage right now is locked behind getting it that I'm not gonna do good. We're fighting non-aggressive mobs and it's fine, but like I can't fight aggressive mobs until I have the imp, and I can't get the imp until I can fight 3 aggressive mobs at the same time. So it's gonna be really hard to get the imp. Maybe once I have corruption, maybe then with 2 dots going on the one guy, I might be able to like kite him and then leash the other 2. Maybe he'll die of the dots. With just immolate, he's never going to die of the dot. It doesn't do enough damage. We'll take this in the order that I normally take it. We'll try to do the Kobold quest first, and then maybe by then we'll be like level 4 and we can try again. Favorite lock pet? I hate warlocks typically. Yeah, I'm not a warlock player. I don't resonate with the class really, and it's probably like, besides druid, it's my least played class of all time across any version of the game. It's my least played class, so I don't have a favorite pet. In this playthrough, the favorite pet's going to be the pet that keeps me alive the longest, which is probably going to be the Voidwalker. John, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. I can jump on the tent and get the book without aggroing them. That sounds like cheesing it, though. Yeah, that sounds possible. It sounds like cheesing it. I don't want to cheese it. I appreciate it, though. Did you miss the Pally hitting 60? You absolutely did. Yeah. We got really close on Saturday. Had Saturday been any other day, I would have just stayed on and like got the rest of the level on Saturday. I just felt like, you know, I'd wait till Monday, because Saturday's not a day that I always stream. I didn't want to hit it on Saturday. So I waited until this morning, and then we hit cap really quick. I thought it would be like an hour of grinding, but it wasn't. It was like 20 minutes. Yep, our Paladin is hanging out back in Stormwind. They're cleaning up their apartment, dusting the shelves. They got books to read. They got a nice fire going. They've got some ambient chill music on, and they're just gonna rest. Yeah, we that's right. We had that quest that was worth like 8,000 XP. That's what did it. Am I gonna, if I pick up enchanting, it'll just be to make the wands and then eventually drop it. I'm gonna check the auction house before I do anything. The only thing I need from enchanting is a lesser magic wand, and then a little bit later at level 13 we'll need the greater magic wand. And if I can find those on the auction house for like not 5 gold, then I don't really want to take enchanting. I'd rather just go right into skinning. And do skinning tailoring.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
Is alchemy a better pick? Not for a warlock.
Need help? Light bless you. For the Alliance.
The only, especially like early and mid game, the only thing that I'm gonna benefit from as a warlock from alchemy is gonna be mana pots, and I don't really need them.
Go with honor, friend.
When I think about alchemy, like I mainly think about alchemy for melee classes. Any class that's going to be getting hit and taking hits, and then like health potions will save your life.
Be careful. Light bless you.
On this character with the pet, I'm going to be like greatly minimizing the amount of time that I'm actually going to be taking damage. So for me, like I view alchemy to be a lot more useful when I'm on melee classes.
Well met. Be careful. Farewell.
How's the music, guys? I just turned it up a little bit. I want to make sure it's like at least loud enough for you guys to hear the Elven Forest music. It looks like it's okay. Sounds good now? Perfect. Thank you guys. I had turned it way low when we were in Stormwind and Ironforge. Forgot to turn it back up. A Viper, I appreciate that, man. I will keep my eyes open for that. Thank you. Yeah, we really need the wand. We really need the imp. Now the wand, we can't equip a wand till level 5, I think. Level 5 is the minimum. We're level 3 right now. Yeah, the imp would be like invaluable. I think maybe I'll do the quest for the workers, and then we'll go one more time, try to get the imp, and then come back. If there's lots of people in that area clearing, then it makes it a little easier. Either way, we're gonna have to deal with the 3 mobs. I think we get corruption at level 4, so corruption should let us dot up one of the mobs, kind of run away and let them die, and then reset the other 2 and then repeat. Wayne, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
Alright, let's vendor, let's train level 4. Let's go try to get the imp one more time.
Looking for something specific? Safe travel.
Hey there. For the Alliance.
Need help? See you around. What can I do for you? Be careful.
Probably not really going to bother with Curse of Weakness. I mean, obviously it would help when we're getting slapped in the face. But it's also going to cost mana. How much mana does it cost? 20 mana. Maybe we'll use it until we get a pet. Like just for a minute. Let's head over this way. We're gonna especially have to clear the ones that are patrolling. We just grabbed Corruption and we grabbed Curse of Weakness. I have to say, Curse of Weakness on these guys actually is very impactful. Like, both of those mobs hitting me with Curse of Weakness, they were barely damaging me. So that was actually really valuable. Yeah, it really helped there. They basically weren't able to do anything to me. That was really nice. I'm sure, like, at higher levels it's probably not always that effective, but right now it seems to be. Yeah, also we have that 3 health regen every 5 seconds. Which I didn't realize that we had. I wonder, like, that probably got removed from Demon Skin by Burning Crusade. The health per 5. As long as I keep weakness on all these guys, I think we can just tank this. Like, as crazy as that sounds. And weakness stays up for a long time, it looks like. Yeah, like, it stays up for a long time. It seems foolish, but I think we're fine just to stand here and let them hit us. It's crazy, but it worked. Absolutely insane. I'm glad we used this. I usually never use Curse of Weakness at all. Like, for early game on the lock, like, that's incredible. Just be able to stand there and face tank 3 mobs, like, come on. That's nuts. And there we go. Do we want to finish up this quest while we're here? What do we need? We need 1 more bandana. I think that we could probably do that. We could probably grab the bandana and then head back. So, like, for melee guys, for hardcore, like, Curse of Weakness is probably going to be more useful for a while, even after we have Curse of Agony. Because even if they're hitting the Void Walker, like, just, like, the less damage they're doing, the more we can handle. So, I don't know, I might try to, like, work this in for a while, like, specifically on melee guys. Unless we notice that it's no longer, like, really being effective. The fact that we can spread it around to as many guys as we want to, and it stays on them for 2 minutes, is crazy. Like, we could have the Void Walker pick up a pack of 5 mobs. We could hit them all with Curse of Weakness. It would be on them for 2 minutes. And then we just throw up a Corrupt, Immolate, and we wand them down. It's pretty crazy. Opens up a lot of possibilities.
Hello. Safe travels. Have a good one. See you around.
Need something? Have a good one.
We can't use staffs yet, actually. We can only use daggers.
See you later.
Okay.
See you around.
Talk to Millie.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Alright, let's go after... We need Kobold Laborers. Now that we have the Imp, we should be able to go after the Laborers. And now things should die really, really fast. Oh, you know what I need? Oh no. It got rid of all my macros. I need a macro that macros my pet attack to either Corruption or Immolate. Maybe to Immolate. And I don't remember how to write this macro. I had all this stuff taken care of. I had all the macros I would ever need. So Immolate, I might need your guys' help with this one. Immolate, pet attack. Okay. And so I wanted to start pet attack. I don't even know like what the game refers to pet attack as. Like, what is it, just slash pet attack? Cast. Immolate. That did not make the pet attack. It's pet attack's all one word. Okay. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. Now we're all set. That's like the most annoying thing on pet classes, is having to like have a button or a keybind that like is just for the pet attack. So like we're probably gonna do immolate on like 90% of all pulls. I'm noticing that sometimes the imp runs out of mana. That's fun. He runs out of mana often. The cool thing is he seems to level up when we level up, so when we leveled up he got all of his mana back. Pet talents will help with that? Oh, my pet has talents? I didn't even realize that he was going to have like a... I know there are books that we learn, like the grimoires that we learn. I didn't realize he had like... Does he have talents outside of that? I can get the Blood Pact Grimoire now? Blood Pact, is that like that's additional stamina, right? Killing is much faster now? Yes, killing is feeling pretty smooth. Pretty smooth kill rate now. Now I have to make sure that I stay like a little bit focused on combat though. Like that's kind of the problem with me and the Warlock is As soon as the Warlock gets like really easy and really smooth, like I don't pay as much attention as I probably should. Which doesn't matter right now because we're fighting non-aggressive stuff, but it will matter very soon. Alright, yeah, let's head up the demon trainer person that sells the books and see if we can learn Blood Pact. And then we'll head out to the pumpkin field or berry field or whatever we're doing for Millie. Grapes. Should we get a wand now? If I have money, like, we're gonna, at this point we have to get a wand from the auction house, and so the wands could be affordable, but they could also maybe not be affordable.
Or the Alliance.
And we'll have to see. I think I'll wait when we go to Goldshire, then I'll run out to Stormwind.
Go with honor.
But I think to get through the rest of the Abbey here, we're fine without it. And yeah, we can equip them at level 5, but like I got 1 silver and 89 coppers, and I have a feeling. I just have a feeling that it's going to cost me more than 1 silver to buy a wand off the auction house. I don't know what the economy is like here, but yeah. I don't think I can afford it.
Be careful.
Is this the most active classic version / server? No, probably not. I mean, if we're talking about like the most active version of classic, then Cataclysm is probably the most active version if you're just looking at like concurrent players. This is the most populated hardcore server. I mean, I think we can say that much. But since, and also like since Blizzard don't give us any actual numbers, it's really hard to know. But no, unfortunately, I would say that like more people probably play Cata than play Classic Era. I think there are a ton of people who do play Classic Era, and who only play Classic Era. But I think there's probably more people that play Cata. Or at least that like bounce in and out of Cata.
See you later.
Whenever there's like content to do.
Safe travels.
And I don't know how the hardcore realms compare to like the realms like Whitemane and Firemaw, like the big PvP realms that have a lot of people. Like I don't really know how the hardcore realms compare to those in population. Okay, oh I don't want Gathermate on. Ooh, that's what's happening. That's why everything's so cluttered. I don't need Gathermate on. Let's gather light. Let's go ahead and turn that off. There we go. That's better. I don't consider Cataclysm Classic either, but despite that, for some reason Blizzard keeps calling it Classic, and I don't seem to be able to affect that, so until I can somehow affect it, I have to refer to Cataclysm as Classic. Because it's under the Classic umbrella and it says it. It says it in the title, so like even though I don't really like that, like I don't really have a choice. Yeah, hardcore, when we do hardcore here, this is an official classic server. Yep, this is hardcore official classic on the Stitches realm, which is an EU realm. This isn't like the make-believe kind of hardcore where like you have an add-on track it and you're playing on like some dead realm. This is official Blizz hardcore. Wix, if you're trying to heal in Cataclysm at a low level, man, like you don't need to be spec'd for it. Like, especially if you're rocking like an elemental spec or something, maybe you have a little bit of intellect gear already because you're doing elemental. Like, I would say go elemental and then just make sure, like, make a healing bar. So like click down into your like number 2 action bar, or number 4 is what I did, and just like put your healing spells there, and put some of your DPS spells there too, because you'll probably have to fill time with those, because like sometimes people don't need a lot of healing. But yeah, don't bother speccing at a low level for healing. Like, you don't need to. Unless you have the money to afford dual spec, and if you can afford dual spec, then I would say it's worth it, except dual spec, I don't think you unlock that until like level 30. So it's still, I don't think it would apply for low level stuff. If I get the rested XP guide add-on, I can get to 60 easily. I mean, I can get the 60 easily anyway. It's just a matter of not dying and actually devoting the time to it. I don't need an add-on to show me how to do it. I'm already using Questie. Questie already makes it so easy. It takes all the guesswork out of like what level the quests are at, where you should be. Like, I've been playing the game for 20 years and I have most of the quests memorized, so. For me, it's just a matter of being careful enough not to die. We just capped a Paladin at 60. It just took a long time. It just took a lot of consistent playing and doing little else. There's no rant to start about it. I don't need it. It doesn't help someone like me at all. It would mainly benefit someone who's completely unfamiliar with the game and also like just feeling a little bit lazy about it. Are there any must-have add-ons? I mean, everybody's going to give you a different answer on that. I like using as few add-ons as I can get away with. I would say Bagnon, just for the combined inventory, is kind of like a must-have for me at this point. Obviously having Questie is good, like knowing where the quests are to pick up, knowing where the objectives are at, obviously very helpful. Nothing's a must-have, but there's obviously some key add-ons that could help out quite a bit. What happens if you die? It uninstalls the game. It also drains your bank account. No, Jonathan's right. If you die, you have the option to transfer the character to a non-hardcore realm. So you don't lose any progress necessarily. Like, you're not able to resurrect on the hardcore realm, but you can take the character to a different realm and you can continue their journey. If you want to. I like this Curse of Weakness. Oh, I'm being hit by 2 mobs? Curse of Weakness, Curse of Weakness. Look, now it's like I'm not being hit by anything. That's working out really well. Do I plan to do a guild? No, I do not. Will I join a guild eventually? Maybe I'll join a guild, but I am not going to start any more guilds. I have a dead hardcore guild on Defias Pillager, I have a dead hardcore guild on Skullrock, and I don't plan to start any more dead guilds. Yeah, I have a thriving guild in Cataclysm that plays without really caring about my existence. In fact, like half the people in that guild probably don't know who I am. And I'm fine with that. That guild gets to continue to live through no action of my own. But I don't plan on starting any other guilds. I'd like to join an existing guild. That would be better for me. Warlock is pretty strong. Warlock is pretty strong as long as I'm like paying attention to what I'm doing, probably. This person is not having a don't bring him near me, don't bring him near me, I don't want your mob train. I can maybe help you, but oh, I don't have target of target shown. I need to turn on target of target. Show target of target. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. I need the name guy's head. I have a feeling that's where they're headed. Yeah, also... Yeah, we're not. We're obviously waiting on a respawn for this. I think they have a higher level helping them. Oh no, they don't have a higher level helping them. Just a priest and a warrior together do that much damage. Oh, look at that! Instant respawns! That's right, I forgot they did that on the hardcore realms. Like, I think most of the name guys on the hardcore realms, they respawn instantly. Which is nice in this case. It's dangerous and sketchy. But in this case, it's nice. Because we don't have to wait. No, I take gifts. I don't have anything against taking gifts. It's harder for me to turn gifts down, because every time I turn down like a gift somebody tries to give me, I feel like I'm being rude. And when I try to turn gifts down, I also end up being like inconsistent, because then there are like some people who I would be okay with taking a gift from, other people that I would say I would return the gift, and so I just accept gifts. And then if we want to use it, we use it. If not, we don't. And that's the best way for me to be consistent. So yeah, you got bags, I'll take whatever you got. I'll take whatever you got that you don't need. Anything that's not bolted down. Obviously, like this, if we were on Defias Pillager, I have a little bit of gold on Defias Pillager. I have bags on Defias Pillager. I have some alt gear. Being on a new account and being on an EU server, I obviously have nothing. So yeah, I would mail me all your bags. So if this character doesn't use them, then maybe somebody else will. That's what I also have to make a bank alt. So I can send stuff I don't need to a bank alt.
Have a good one.
Also, when I play hardcore, I tend to send my gold to a bank alt. Every couple levels, we'll send the majority of our coin that we don't need to a bank alt. That way, if we die, we've at least made some meta progress. And we at least, like, we don't lose our gold and stuff.
See you around.
Same thing with any decent greens that, like, we're not going to use on this character that we might use in the future. We'll send them to the bank alt. We'll just put them in the bank.
Safe travels.
What's it feel like to be playing in the EU? The same as it feels like playing on any other server right now. The cool thing is I'm seeing the skybox like in the late evening time. It'll be really neat when the skybox is dark. If I'm still playing then. So I usually am stuck seeing like the morning time, midday skybox. I don't often get to see like the sunset skybox or the nighttime skybox. So that'll be like the difference that I feel. Everything else feels like it's like basically the same, you know.
Have a good one.
It seems busy right now, obviously. But since I haven't been playing on Defias Pillager, I don't really have like a good point of comparison.
See you around.
But there are lots of people playing right now. So far, that part of it's been really good. Oh yeah, the mount is free on locks. That's right, that's right. We get a free mount.
See you later.
Well, that's always a plus. We like free mounts. Yuval, I saw your message in Discord, man. I can try to take a look at it later. Like, ultimately. Like, if I'm being honest, if I see something I don't like, something I don't understand, I just ban the account. And so, like, I'll take a look at it, but no promises. Sorry, brother.
See you later.
Now granted, my like definition of when an account gets banned is like very fluid, and it could be just something I didn't like that annoyed me. Because that's kind of how I approach things. Like, there's a couple of things that get an account banned around here. One of them is that, like, you say something really stupid, belligerent, and you stick to it. The other thing is it could have just been something that I didn't really understand where it was coming from or why it was being said, and in that case, I don't take any chances. If I read something that, like, I just don't understand the point of it, I don't know where you're coming from, and we don't seem to have, like, a common ground of communication, and I don't like it, I will ban an account. And so I'll look at it, but no promises. It's just kind of how I have to handle things. If I see something I don't like, I just deal with it. And I try not to dwell on it too much. Like, basically, I don't do things that I regret. You know what I mean? So when I ban an account, like, I'm never gonna look back at an account ban and go, oh yeah, I shouldn't have done that one. I should undo that. Like, because I know, like, my modus operandi for why I ban accounts. And, like, my standards are not everyone's standards. I probably have completely different standards than most channels do. I kind of want to hit level 6 before we move on to Goldshire, so I'm going to kill these guys for a minute until we ding. Tim, I appreciate you being here this morning, man. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. We'll see you next time. Yuval, dude, it's not even about that. There's nothing to really make up for. It's just like when I make those kinds of decisions, I make them in the moment and I make the best possible choice I can, and then I typically just don't look back. And I also don't harbor any ill will. Like, I'm also not like hanging on to a grudge against everybody that I've banned from this chat. You know, it could have been not even a chat, it could have been a YouTube comment. It could have been basically anything. And so I do two things. Like, the first thing I do is I don't ever like regret or second guess what I do. And the other thing I do is I also don't really care. And I also don't really like hold on to grudges or really give a shit outside of the moment when I ban the account. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, you had an account, you said something and I banned you. I don't know what it was. I'm not going to remember, and like, it ultimately doesn't really matter. It just is something that happened at this point. And that's kind of how I handle it. And that may seem unfair from an outside perspective, and it absolutely is. But, you know, it's fair from my perspective, which just means that, like, I try to make the best choices I can in the moment when I have to make that choice. And yeah, and I just don't dwell on it. Yeah, you're fine here. Like, whatever this account is, you haven't said anything that has made me right-click you and ban you from the channel. Like, and since I don't remember what you've said in the past, creating a new account is a good way to get around a ban. It doesn't mean you won't get banned again. But yeah, for right now, you seem to be good. Because here we are having this chat. I think I have bags coming in the mail, actually. Yeah, I think I have bags coming in the mail. I don't want to take too many bags from people and then have too many bags. So I'm gonna see that if the mail comes through and see what we got. Why an EU server? So I can play during prime time on the server. So I can play when the most people are on. It's an experiment to see like if this works, if I enjoy it. And then having the option to play on a server during a time when like it's prime time for the server and it's prime time for me wanting to play the game. Because when I play on US accounts, when I want to play the game, it's the middle of the workday for most folks. And so the option of getting groups, the options of doing dungeons, the options of doing raids are all very limited. If I'm playing on an EU server, for them, it's 8 o'clock in the evening right now. Which is awesome, because for me, it's 2 in the afternoon, and this is the time of day that I play. So it actually makes a lot of sense for someone that plays when I play to play on an EU server. If I want to play when there's lots of people on, if I want to do groups, if I want to do stuff like raids and Kata or MOP, then it kind of makes sense for me to be here.
Good day to you.
So this is a test to see like if everything's good and I enjoy it and there's no problems.
Safe
Then
travels.
yeah. There are 5 layers here. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, I have an add-on that seems to be telling me that I'm on layer 1. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but apparently I'm on layer 1. Johnny says, I'm hurt that you're on an EU server, but I see your point. I appreciate you being able to understand, man. I do. I know, obviously, like, there are some US people that, like, I play with, that I like to play with, but when I try to think about, like, a lot of it is I think about, like, you know, my Cataclysm guild. Like, I have a Cataclysm guild. That guild raids in the PM. That guild raids, like, every single night. Most of the people who are raiders in my guild don't know who I am. Why? Because I've never raided with them. Why? Because I raided 2 times, and I decided this is not a time of day when I want to play the game. I decided, like, I don't want to run the stream during the day and then come on at night to play more. I don't want to not run the stream during the day and then come on at night to play more. And then ultimately what I realize is that I don't like to play at night. I love to play right now during the middle of the day. And so that was what went on it too. I'm like, I have this guild that I could raid with, but I'm never going to be able to raid with because I simply don't enjoy playing the game in the evening time. This thing that's tracking my layer, I feel like it's part of the World Buffs add-on that I have. I have a World Buffs add-on that like tracks when World Buffs are supposedly going out, and I feel like that's part of that add-on. Nova, yeah, it's Nova World Buffs. Like, it just shows me what layer I happen to be on, I guess.
King's honor, friend.
Alright, let's pick everything up.
For the Alliance, be careful. Light bless you.
How are you? See you around.
Alright, eventually, we're gonna do fishing eventually. I'm not gonna grab anything right now because I just don't have any bag space. That's the biggest issue. Otherwise, I would grab a fishing rod. Because we are gonna do fishing and cooking.
What can I do for you? Have a good one. See you later.
Let's go ahead and bind the hearthstone here before we forget to do that.
Safe travels.
If I take cooking, that's going to cost me an entire silver. I can't afford the silver right now, so I'm going to take primary professions right now, but I might have to wait a little bit on secondary professions. And then we should grab Life Tap rank 1 and Shadow Bolt 2. My trainer is in the basement. We need the Grimoire. I meant to buy this. Yeah. Ooh, that cost me a whole silver. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Oh my gosh. Those are gonna get expensive, like, really fast.
What can I do for you?
Oh my god. Life Tap is a silver. Like, am I gonna use this right now? Converts 20 health into mana. Oh my god. I'm broke.
See you around.
Oof, that's painful. That hurts a lot. I'm gonna learn skinning, and then we're gonna take tailoring. Although like grabbing it now is not like super important. We don't have any cloth to speak of. Skinning we can learn nearby. I was gonna run to Stormwind and see like what the price is on a wand, but let's be honest, I don't have any money. So until I have some money, it's kind of pointless to even go check the prices. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna go train skinning, and that way we can start skinning stuff, and that way we can at least vendor it for a little bit of coin. Skinning is like, well, when you do tailoring, you need skin sometimes. I've found this to be true. You don't need a lot of skin, but when you're doing tailoring, you do need leather. It's an easy thing to sell either to a vendor or on the auction house, so I do like to have skinning, especially like on a fresh start character.
What can I do for you?
And I'm not gonna do enchanting, I don't think. Like, I'm not gonna work on enchanting. And so, if this were not a hardcore character, then maybe I would consider enchanting. If it were a character, like, guaranteed to live. But yeah, I think we're gonna do skinning. The mail is here, we have mail. We might have some bags now, so... we might not be in as dire of a spot. And a gold. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And the wand. That's incredibly kind. That's gonna get us off to a really good start. Just having 1 gold at this level is huge. That's gonna let us get into our professions. It's gonna let us start working on stuff like much earlier than we might have been able to. 8-slot bags are amazing. So yeah, I really do appreciate that. There we go. So now we're good. Now we can do some things. Now we're in a good spot to, like, begin. Let's go ahead and grab cooking.
Hello. See you later.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Now we can get all this stuff going.
Hey there, have a good one.
Well met. For the Alliance.
Yeah, we're all set now. Just stay away from boats. Exactly. Stay off the boat. How do you use wands? You go into your spell book and you grab the shoot ability and you drag shoot out to your bar and you put it somewhere really convenient. And then you can shoot your wand. And that's all there is to it. Yeah, but you gotta go in here and grab it. In classic area, at least. Yeah, in retail, there is no way to use a wand. In retail, a wand is simply a weapon that you have equipped in your weapon slot, and they don't have a separate action. I don't remember when they lost that separate action. I know you can use a wand up until Cata, but by Cataclysm, the wand is useless, and you're better off never using it. By Wrath of the Lich King, the wand might have been kind of useless. Like, the heyday of the wand is truly vanilla era, and then maybe a little bit into TBC. And after that, like, the wand isn't really useful. Unfortunately.
See you around.
Let's get off to, like, a good start on our fishing here, and let's actually, we'll do a little bit of fishing right off the docks here. Just to make sure that we get off to a good start with it. Now, typically, I will only do fishing at the start of the stream, and I'll try to be consistent about that. When we come onto the hardcore streams, I do try to open up with, like, 10 minutes of fishing, like a reasonable amount of fishing to get the stream going, That gives time for everyone to come into the stream who want to be there at the beginning of it, and it makes sure that we're leveling our fishing at least a little bit every day. I'm making an exception today just to make sure that I get it off to like kind of a good start. If you're trying to make the interface look bigger, you want to look at your UI scaling. You have an option in the display settings called UI scale. You can check that, and then you can drag the UI left or right to make it bigger or smaller. Should be like a sliding bar. Yeah, we're definitely going to grab the fish recipes and use that to really propel our cooking. Although I think, I don't know... Yeah, we can cook these right away. I think that's like a level 1 cooking recipe for the brilliant small fish. And then the long jaw mud snappers is like a level 50 or a level 25 recipe for cooking. Are there still classic servers that are not hardcore? Yeah, absolutely. There's different tabs. So when you fire up Classic Era, there are 3 different tabs down at the bottom. One of them are Classic Era servers, one of them is a hardcore servers, and one of them are Season of Discovery. So just look in the regular Classic Era tab, and that will list all of the regular Classic Era servers that are not hardcore servers and not Season of Discovery servers. Yeah, we just dinged a Paladin at level 60 on the non-hardcore, on one of the non-hardcore server clusters. So they're still popping. How many players? We don't know because Blizzard doesn't tell us numbers. This server's medium population. Medium population is typically like anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000. It's typically like a medium population on a WoW server. And then the Classic Era servers, it's not just one server, you're clustered together with different servers. So like even if you're on a low population realm, you're always going to see lots of people because you're connected to other realms. Whereas hardcore is like server by server basis, regular Era servers are clustered together. In Classic Era, the servers that are high population, well, they're medium pop. Firstly, there's not like a high pop. The medium population servers where the most players are at are PvP realms. So as long as you're okay with a little bit of open world PvP as you level up, then yeah, playing on the medium pop PvP realm clusters, that's where you want to be. That's going to be the most people in any level bracket. Whereas the PvE clusters are not quite as populated as that. I had a lot of fun in the PvP realms. I really enjoyed it. It added a lot to the experience of leveling up that I had never gotten to like experience before. But then I started getting stream sniped, so that made it impossible, unfortunately. But while it lasted, it was fun. Yeah, and the point of them being on server clusters is, like I said, even if you're on a low pop realm, you're still going to have other people to play with. It's just not going to be quite as many as like the medium pop realms. I want to get this to 25, and then we'll see about picking up the recipe for the brilliant small fish, and then we'll start doing some questing. Use the book in my bags. That's a really good idea, seeing as how that's the only way to teach my imp blood pact. Yeah, I bought the book, and then like using the book didn't really occur to me. But yes, apparently it is an item that I have to use. Thank you. I've been staring at that icon like, but it hasn't really, like, registered with me yet. Casting right over somebody's shoulder is rude. Very, very rude. Alright, that is 25 fishing. Let's head back. Okay, let's also learn this. This should give us Blood Pact, which is increased stamina by 2.
I supply only the finest goods. Light bless you.
And now we'll go do a little bit of cooking. Oh man, you just saw someone get deleted by Stitches in Duskwood? I forgot that feeling of like watching another player just get crushed out of existence and knowing that there's nothing you can do to help, and knowing that, like, you know, they'll be like level 15, level 20, and you know like how many hours they've put in, and just watching them get killed right in front of you. I kind of remember like that happened to us many times. We watched many people die that were not savable, because sometimes you can save people and then it feels really good. We've been saved many times by people just like passing by who've healed us or shielded us, but sometimes there's nothing you can do, and it feels bad. Do you get XP for clicking on the pumpkins? Not until TBC or Wrath, I don't think, where they had like every single inn. You can go to all the inns in the world and you could click on the pumpkin and turn it in for like some XP. I don't think that's a vanilla thing. I think they got added in either TBC or Wrath of the Lich King. You can still get food from the floating apples. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool at least.
How are you? See you around.
Did I know the Chinese play hardcore with PvP enabled? Sounds absolutely awful from like a player experience standpoint, but you know, I guess anything for entertainment.
Well met. Safe travels.
Hello. See you later.
Well, this is nice. Somebody left behind their kills, so now we can skin some of these. Sometimes you come here and it's like bodies and bodies of boar, and you can get your skinning leveled up really, really quickly. Not so much here at the moment. How did I get a wand? Somebody mailed it to me. Because people are very kind and generous. And I appreciate it.
What can I do for you? Safe travels. See you later.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
I noticed for whatever reason our backpack is not showing the number of available slots. Must be something in the settings. What would it be under? Show free bag space. There we go. There we go. Always nice to be able to see, like, at a glance, like, how much bag space you have. What would I say is the worst character to level on hardcore? I don't know. I mean, because that's not the same question as, like, what do I enjoy the least? Like, I don't enjoy playing Druid, but I don't think that's the worst class to play in hardcore because they have a lot of self-heals. I feel like hardcore is a place where, like, every class can shine in a very specific way. What have I had the hardest time on? I feel like I probably had the hardest time on rogues, honestly. I don't think I've ever had a rogue make it past, like, level 17 or 18. People say warriors get killed really easily and, like, they have a lot of trouble with warriors. I don't really see that, but then again, like, warrior is a class that I'm incredibly familiar with. That being said, I've gotten 2 killed, like, in the level 20 range. So yeah, it could just be, like, anything that doesn't have a pet and doesn't have a heal and doesn't have a bubble is gonna be harder to survive. So, like, you know, warriors don't really have a lot of, like, defensives unless you're doing, like, a prot spec. Rogues have some things, like they have evasion, they have sprint, they have vanish, so you'd think they'd be okay. I feel like any class, any spec can survive, yeah. Now, like, how slow your kill rate is and how long it takes you to level up, and, like, what sorts of content that enables you to do, that's going to be different from, like, class to class, spec to spec. But, yeah, if you're, like, approaching hardcore the right way, yeah, anything can be survivable.
Have a good one.
It's just that everything has to be played differently.
Have a good one.
Not sure why we're jumping when we're in dialogue UI. The space button is used to progress the text, and it should be disabled for jumping when we're in the quest. So I hope that was a one-off and not like permanent new behavior. I've been told that demonology is the way to go for hardcore because it offers like some survivability later down the tree. I've been told that by a couple people who've played Warlock. One of them who actually got their Warlock to 60. And whether or not I'll do that, I'm not sure. I think I'll go into Affliction right away to get Corruption down to an instant cast. And then after Corruption is an instant cast, then we'll look at the other trees and see. Alright, so the next step here would be to go into the mine. I am going to go bio really fast. I feel like tackling the mine with a full bladder is probably not a good idea, so yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, into our first death trap we go. The first of many caves where we're very likely to get killed. We've got a chest over here, we'll see if we can get to it. Nick, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Can we change the name of our spawn? Like our imp? I don't think we have any control over the name of the imp or the Voidwalker or any of our pets. I think they get like an auto-generated name, and I think they stick with that name. Alright, this is kind of our first taste of like instant respawns, hyperspawns happening here. Hyperspawns, you know, those account for a lot of deaths, I feel like. so rude. So rude. My first thoughts of the EU servers, people are effing rude. Be rude on stream, buddy. Oh, we might beat him to it. He hesitated. I said something and he hesitated. We got it! he saw the chat bubble and he stopped. He stopped just long enough for me to get the click in before he could click again. Like, he tried to immediately click again, but saying something to him threw him off just long enough to stop him. I love it. It's great. I don't even think we got anything like super useful, but still, we fought our way to that chest. I said so rude. Yeah, I typed out so rude. I have my chat bubbles are turned off. But all I said was so rude. And he stopped clicking long enough for me to get my click in. I should have tagged it, yeah. How come there are layers on hardcore but not PvP servers? I'm not sure what determines like when they want to put layers in and when they don't want to put layers in. I think layers were put in originally because there were just too many people in the same areas. And so in order to cut down on congestion, they put layers in. Yeah, I need to get my tag macros going. I'll make those text macros for tag and what you don't know about tag, but I'm not going to do it right now. If I do it right now, I'll probably get myself killed. To be fair. Where would Goldtooth spawn? Yeah, here he is. Of course, here he is. So he spawns right here. Now he should be on like a pretty fast respawn timer. If we hang out here, we should be able to poke him with our dagger and like tag him. People could group up. We could group up and get this together. There's no rule against grouping up, but it doesn't seem like anybody is putting out groups right now. If we have trouble getting the tag, then we'll invite somebody. That was actually really easy. that was a decent time to level up. Okay, again, more hyper spawns. It's kind of intimidating how fast this stuff respawns. We're not really used to it. Back to hardcore. Yep, this has been the plan for the past week or so. I actually thought it would take a little bit longer to get the Paladin capped out to 60. So we did start a little earlier. Did we just watch somebody die, or did they feign death? I'm not sure what happened, but now it seems like it's on us. Okay, it looks like we're good. Yeah, we capped the Pally this morning at the start of the stream. I played on Saturday a little bit, which I don't always play on Saturdays, so I didn't want to cap them out Saturday, so I kind of stopped like with a bubble and a half to go and waited till this morning to cap her out. So yeah, she's resting back in Stormwind. She's got a lot of reading to catch up on, and the place is pretty dusty. A lot of unanswered phone calls and emails to check, so...
How are you? See you around.
Yeah, it's the lesser magic one. Somebody mailed it to us. And we got some bags. So, and we got a gold. So it's a pretty good start. Pretty good start. Some 8-slot bags, a gold, a wand. Very good for us.
How are you? Safe travels. Have a good one. See you around.
What can I help you with? Go with honor, friend. King's honor, friend. Be careful, for the Alliance. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
You need something? Safe travels. See you later. See you around. Have a good one.
Alright, I think we can try to go after the Murlocs. Now the Murlocs are responsible for a lot of lower level death. I've actually died on a Warlock to these Murlocs in the past. At level 7. So this could be a little bit risky. I'm going to try to get this one done. And then after that's all taken care of, then we'll go to Dunmorrow and we'll do some questing in the Dwarven lands. But I do want to see if we can do this one first. We will see. It could be really sketchy. Murloc PTSD. Yeah, I've gotten killed by Murlocs in a few different places. This is one of them, and then usually we get killed by Murlocs on the Westfall coast, because the Murlocs over there, they have a Frost Nova. And I always forget about the Frost Nova. Until it's too late. The Harpy Cave in Thousand Needles. Is that the Harpy Cave where like there's an event and then like more and more harpies come, like wave after wave of harpies? Yeah, that place sucks. It's really not safe to do like any of those events in hardcore, the ones where like more and more guys spawn. It's always like, it's never safe to do them. Even at some escort quests are like that, where like you'll have an escort quest where like at the end of it, it'll spawn like 3 or 4 guys. Yeah, I'm feeling really good about Curse of Weakness. As long as I have Curse of Weakness on stuff hitting us, I feel really good about it. It's proved to be super powerful at a low level. I don't know if it's going to continue to feel that way, like, as we go, but yeah, so far it's been really good. And the great thing is, it lasts for 2 minutes. It lasts for 2 minutes, I can put it on multiple targets at once. It's kind of crazy. That's way too many. We were okay, and then I feel like another player just brought a bunch of wolves to us. Like, I didn't see exactly what happened, okay? So I don't want to blame anybody for doing anything intentionally. But I did turn around to see another Murloc and then a gnome being chased by multiple wolves, and he was attacking the stuff that we were attacking, which is a guaranteed way to get your mobs onto another player's aggro chain, is to like have mobs on you and then attack what someone else is attacking, and now your aggro is connected. So I don't want to say I hope he got himself killed, but at the same time, it's kind of dangerous to have somebody like that running around, like getting you on their aggro chain and stuff. So we'll see if we come back here, if he survived or if we find a corpse. Speaking of corpse, we need to revive our imp. I used to think Curse of Weakness was useless too, yeah. And I used it here in this playthrough, like, yeah, and it was obviously, like, for hardcore, it's very strong. Like, I could have probably tanked 3 of those guys, and we'd have been okay. It was the one coming from behind us, and then, like, the other player's wolves that really had me worried. I don't see that gnome anywhere, so, like, I don't know if maybe he got himself killed. Now help I'll always take. I love when somebody helps me out. Now, did we need help there? I don't think I really needed the help there. I think we were going to be okay. Kind of want this chest. Alright, we evade bugged everything. I don't know why they evade bugged. I'm like really confused about what happened there. Like we were fighting them. They hyper spawned replacement adds before they were dead. And then they all evade bugged like together. So I don't really know like why that happened. That's a little bit troubling. I guess it would be safer just to not go after that chest. I guess we're not getting that one. That seems like the safe bet. The chest is bugged. Oh good, it's a literal death trap for hardcore characters. That's good to know. Yeah, that chest can rot. I don't want it, I don't need it. We are done with the quest. And we are level 8, so we can head back to town, we can train, and then we can take ourselves over to Dunmorrow. Is hardcore the trend again? I don't really know if it's the trend or not. I don't think it'll ever be as popular as it was when it first came out or when people first started doing it. Like back on like Bloodsail Buccaneers and Hydraxian Waterlord servers. It'll probably never be that hype again. I feel like there are a lot of people that like kind of kept playing hardcore, and I think there are also a couple of streamer communities that have gone back to hardcore recently. I don't know the names of the streamers because I don't follow other WoW streamers because I'm too busy streaming. But yeah, so like there might be a little uptick in popularity at the moment. I'm not sure. Kyle, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream.
Good day to you. Safe travels. What can I do for you? Hello, have a good one.
Alright, let's remember to train level 8. Let's do any cooking that we can. We have quite a bit, a few pieces of boar's meat, rather. Let's cook the boar's meat. We'll probably sell it, because we don't really need any more food right now. And then we'll train level 8. Can we eat the Halloween apples? I was told we can bob for apples, and the apples are food, but we don't get any, like, experience for it. It's not like a quest turn-in to the candy bucket, but we can bob for, like, just apples, I guess. I don't know why she's doing that. There we go. Yeah, we can just get some free apples. I bet we can't sell these. 2% of your health per second for 24 seconds. Okay. Oh, do these give us you will become well fed. Gain stamina and spirit for 50. Oh, this is buff food? Well, if it's buff food, let's see how much it's gonna buff us for. Yeah, I didn't realize I had a buff. Stamina and spirit increased by 25% of level. So that scales with our character level? Oh, that seems pretty good. Can I grab more of these? They only stack to 5, I think. Oh no, wait, can we only carry... We can only carry 5 at a time.
I buy and trade.
JP, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I've introduced you to hardcore. You had no idea this even existed. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, hardcore kind of started like getting really big as a community thing on a couple of RP servers, Bloodsail Buccaneers and Hydraxian Waterlords. And then like a year or so ago, like Blizzard kind of co-opted the idea and created their own official servers. So yeah, here we are. Red linen robe. I need this because I plan to do tailoring. The copper chain vest I'm going to sell. I don't need that at all. Somebody said the innkeeper gives us candy.
Supply only the finest.
Trick or treat.
See you later.
Okay. We've been turned into a wisp.
Good day to
Where's
you.
my candy? Yeah, he didn't give me candy. He just turned me into a wisp. You have been tricked or treated recently. So I guess he played a trick on us. Maybe there was a chance he could have treated us and given us candy, but he didn't do that. I'm gonna run down and turn in this this follow-up quest just to get that one turned in. And then I think we'll head into Stormwind, we'll jump the tram, and we'll head over to the Dwarven Lands for a bit. And do some stuff over that way. Sometimes you get a treat bag. Okay. That time he just didn't like the look of me. So I got tricked.
Hello. Safe travels. Have a good one.
Yuval, I appreciate the super chat, man. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you for that. You know, the one thing about being on the EU server is that I should probably change my time to show my local time. Because if I don't do that, I realize like I'm kind of losing track of what time it actually is in my reality. In my reality, it's 3:09 in the afternoon. That's important for me to know. Also, it's starting to get dark in the game world. We don't play at night very often. And I can't imagine that's like the darkness itself is going to make it like much harder to live. I don't think that'll be the case, but it'll be pretty interesting to see some places in the nighttime. So yeah, I think 9 o'clock server is when the sun kind of like sets in the world of Azeroth. 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. Yeah, this is now the nighttime series, yeah. I could do a nighttime recorded series. I probably could, but I'm not sure what I would do. Eventually I'll have a recorded series that people actually want to watch and that I'm really into. I just don't know when that's going to be. Maybe I'll do a Horde side recorded series, since we never seem to really be able to play Horde side on the streams. Certain places have different mobs at night? Really? It's rare but cool. Oh, it's like a rare thing. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I never really knew that. A Horde Shami? Yeah, if I did a Horde side, it probably would be a Shaman. Because you know, that way, like, you can't play a Shaman on Alliance side, so it's like, if I'm gonna do a Horde side playthrough, it might as well be a Shaman, like the one class that you have to play Horde side to play. I worry that the pacing of a Shaman would feel very similar to the pacing of a Paladin. But if I'm doing it as a recorded series, then it doesn't really matter, you know? Do I plan to do dungeons? I say the same thing every time, is like, yeah, I'd love to do dungeons, but it's gonna depend on like if other people are doing them. Looking at the LFG here, the LFG here seems to have some activity, so yeah, like a good chance we'll be able to do them. I'm not adverse to doing them in hardcore. If there are groups going out, we will solicit ourselves as DPS looking for group, and if we get invites, we will go do dungeons. So I won't be avoiding dungeons. I'll be trying to do them if there are groups that want to take me along. I don't know if I'll like put together my own groups as DPS. It can take a while to put together my own groups. That's time that I could spend like actually playing the game.
Good day to you. Safe travels. See you later.
But yeah, we'll see. A Tauren Shaman? Oh man, I don't know. maybe just to see Mulgore, but I feel like I would just do an Orc and then we go to Mulgore anyway. I don't know if I can do another Tauren. I used to like playing Tauren. Alright, let's see. Anything else we want to do here in town? I guess we could, we can go train Tailoring and just grab that and get that going. That could be smart. We could check the auction house for some stuff, yeah, and just like see what the overall economy is like. I'll check like the shining silver breastplate and a couple of items just to kind of see. Greater magic wand, it would be good to know like how much is the greater magic wand going to cost me.
Hello. See you later.
Let's talk to the journeyman tailor. There we go. I don't know that we have a lot of linen right now. We have a little bit of linen. Let's go ahead and make it. And Yuval, thanks for the membership, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Alright, that's really all that we can do for right now. I feel like we're good to head to the tram. Anything that I'm forgetting? I'm kind of on the fence about first aid. It's always kind of a challenge to level first aid and tailoring together, because obviously you're vying for like the same resources. So I don't know. Do you think I need first aid on a warlock? Obviously it could be useful. First aid could always be useful. Maybe I should just grab it and maybe we try to level it up. Maybe we prioritize tailoring, but we level up first aid after we prioritize tailoring. Am I looking for a guild? I might eventually be looking for a guild. Because I don't really talk in guild chat. I often am not ever looking at guild chat. So like I wouldn't mind being in a guild eventually to like look for people to do dungeon runs with, but I wouldn't be like an active participant in guild and stuff like that. Let's see. Let's check a couple things. Wow. This is an incredibly good price for this item, and there's a lot of it. Typically, you see like two different things. You either see like an old economy that's inflated, and there's a lot of the item, but they're pretty expensive, like 20 gold. And sometimes you see economies where it's like relatively cheap, like 5 to 12, but there will only be a handful of them. There's a lot of these items for sale, and they're all very reasonably priced. This is a very healthy economy. Let's check Greater Magic Wand. Yeah, the Shining Silver Breastplate is like the item I look at on every server to kind of get an idea of the economy. This is also really affordable. Yeah, this is like, there's a lot of them. It's pretty affordable. It's not dirt cheap, but it's not a lot. I think I'm gonna grab this for level 13 just so we have it. Yeah, I'm gonna buy this now. It's a little bit pricey, but we're gonna want to have it right away. We're gonna want to have it as soon as we hit level 13. Oh, you know what? I just subbed to this account today. I might be restricted from the auction house and from trading. I wonder how long that's gonna be in effect. Yeah, I wonder how long that's gonna go on. I hope not for very long. I was able to use the mailbox though. Somebody sent me mail. So I'm not mailbox restricted, but I might be auction house and trade restricted. It's a month. It can't be a month. There's no way it's a month. There's no way that they would restrict a new account from using the auction house for an entire month. Not unless the account was flagged for some kind of activity in the past or something like that. No, I have a battle. I have my fucking Battle.net account has existed for 20 years. Like, there's no way they're gonna restrict my access to the auction house for 30 days. There's no way they would get people to play under those conditions. There's no way a new player could ever come into the game and like actually play the game. 30 days is too long. Maybe it's a level thing, maybe it's level 10. Like, I don't know. No, I believe it's, if I had to guess, it's probably a 24 to 48 hour thing. But it's not gonna be 30 days. It might hit some accounts that way, but there's no way it's going to treat this account like that. This EU account is under my overall Battle.net account. So it's not like a brand new account. It's on my Battle.net account, which has existed since Battle.net accounts have existed. 30 days for SOD? I'll believe it for SOD. Yeah, no, this is a EU account, but it's not a new Battle.net account. It's under the same like umbrella as all my other accounts. Maybe if this were like a brand new Battle.net account under a new email address and everything, maybe then it would be 30 days, but not the way I've done it. There's no way. 12 hours. Yeah, I would say 24 to 48 hours max. I bet by tomorrow we're able to use it, but I would say like at the most 24 to 48 hours. Why would it be different for SOD? I don't know. Yeah, this isn't a new account. That's the thing. This is an EU account under my main Battle.net account. So it's not a new battle. If it was a brand new Battle.net account that didn't exist before, then yes, absolutely I can see them restricting things to limit bots. But that's not what this is, so It'll probably be 24 hours, 48 hours, and then we'll be fine. I'll just check it again tomorrow. I probably won't look at it again today, because we don't really need it. I don't think I'll hit 13 today. I could hit 13 today, but I don't know if I will. So I don't know if we'll need it. If somebody wants to mail me a greater magic wand, I will mail you 33 silvers. So if somebody's playing on Stitches and you want to mail me the wand, I will mail you back the auction house price for it, because apparently I can use the mailbox. Mailbox is not restricted, because we've already gotten some mail. But yeah, but I doubt it'll be relevant until tomorrow. Now, if I do hit level 13 and I can't get a greater magic wand, that is going to suck. That will suck. I am going to make sure that I grab the flight point, like, right away, otherwise I will forget to grab the flight point. Also, apparently, I never trained level 8. I talked about training level 8, and then I didn't do it. Curse of Agony and Fear. Okay, we'll grab that when we're in Keranos.
What's on your...
Yeah, there are trainers in Ironforge. I just don't know where they're at. So we have to go to Keranos anyway. And with Keranos being a little bit smaller, it'll probably be easier for me to find the Warlock trainer. If I had to guess, they're probably hanging out in the Mystic Ward, or maybe in the Forlorn Cavern, but yeah, I don't know where they're at. I think the one in Keranos is like outside of the inn. Did we hit 60 on the Pally? Absolutely. Yep, we hit 60 this morning. I played a little bit on Saturday, which I don't always do, and we got pretty close on Saturday. But then I held off on getting the ding until this morning. Yep, it is getting dark around these parts. Probably like another 30 minutes and it'll be like full nighttime. Still looks like a little bit like dusk right now. There's a little bit of light left in the sky. Why do I do Dunmorrow? In Classic Era, you have to basically do all the starting zones. Well, you have to do 2 of the starting zones, and then you have to do like all of the second zones. Which means you typically will do Elwyn Forest and Dunmorrow. and then you'll bounce between Loch Modan, Westfall, and Darkshore. But yeah, you don't have to do Teldress, so like you don't have to do all 3 starting zones. And in hardcore, it's incredibly hard to do that because of like getting killed while traveling. But you have to do at least 2 of them. Otherwise, you're gonna get behind the level curve. I'm not sure if I can trade yet. I was able to get mail, so I don't know if it's just the auction house that's restricted or if I can't trade. No one's tried to trade with me yet. I would say probably the auction house, and trading might be restricted for 24 to 48 hours. But then again, with the mailbox not being restricted, maybe it's only the auction house.
Hi, how are you?
There's not much difference between being able to mail to another character and then being able to trade with another character, so I don't know. Now the Warlock trainer, I think the Warlock trainer is somewhere outside here. Yeah, here we go.
Pleased to meet you. Be seeing you.
Alright, so Curse of Agony, instant cast. This is another damage over time. 84 shadow damage over 24 seconds. This damage is dealt slowly at first, but builds up as the curse reaches its full duration. So we're using a lot of Curse of Weakness right now. I don't think we'll be using a lot of Curse of Agony, but I'm going to put it out on the bar. Just like when we get the Voidwalker, if we want some additional damage, we could do it. I feel like even with the Voidwalker, using Curse of Weakness on melee targets is going to be really helpful, because the Voidwalker, he's a little bit tanky, but in Classic Era, he's not like incredibly tanky. He can and will die if he's getting hit by too many mobs. Fear is going to be awesome. Let's put Fear somewhere it's not easy to misclick. Wait, is this castable? Yes, 1.5 second cast. Okay. Let's put it down there. And then I think we're good to go. Let's grab the rest of these quests.
How are ya? See you soon. No, see you soon.
Alright, before we get into things here, I am going to go refill my coffee, and I'm going to go have a quick snack. So I will hang out here in the inn for a minute where it's safe. You guys can enjoy the wonderful inn music. I will turn the music up a little bit since we are not in Ironforge or Stormwind. And I will be back in a few minutes. I will put us on the break screen. All right, we are back. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Let's head over to the depot. We'll grab the quest over that way, and then we'll be good to make like a big circuit of the zone and hopefully get a bunch of stuff done without getting killed.
Hi. Safe travels. Interest you on a pint? What's your back? What can I do for you? What's on your mind?
This music right here is a really cool piece of music, and it only plays at nighttime in Dunmorrow. Let's head down this way. That'll get us close to the ammo and the Yeti cave. You just checked your old classic character. It's on a Cata Classic server now. Yep. So like when Classic Era first rolled into TBC, they gave you the option to choose to leave your character in Classic Era or to let them roll forward into TBC. So if you didn't go at the time, like when we went from Classic to TBC, and say, okay, I want this character to stay as a Classic Era character, then I'm pretty sure they all got rolled forward. Pretty sure you had that choice. They also gave you the option of purchasing for real money a character copy. And that would move your character into TBC and leave a copy of the character in the Classic Era realm. And I thought that was like a really silly and stupid thing that someone would pay for. But now when I look at my character's Athos, my human priest, and Rend Rambles, my Night Elf warrior, I wish I had left a copy of them in Classic Era. Because I'm never gonna pick those characters up in Cataclysm. There's no way that I'll ever play them. And that's really sad, because as it turns out, I probably would have played them in Classic Era. Yeah, hindsight's 2020, exactly. Like at the time I thought this is a stupid service, who would waste their money on this? But at the time, like we didn't really know how far Classic was gonna go, like that it was gonna go all the way to Cataclysm. If you'd asked me in 2020, like, is Classic gonna go to Cataclysm, like I'd have said no. I'd have said there's no way they move on to Cata Classic. Cata's not Classic. That's when they remade the old world. Remaking the old world's not Classic. And I never would have believed it. Back at like the tail end of 2019, beginning of 2020. So yeah, you know, now I wish I had those characters copied in Classic Era, that I could just enjoy them where they were best. But sadly, 'tis not to be. What do I think is going to happen after Cata and Mop? Well, you just nailed it. Yeah, we're going to go into Mop. What's going to happen after Mop? We're going to go into Draenor. They're not gonna stop re-releasing the content and trying to sell like the bonus deluxe $60 package. They're not gonna stop until like people stop. You know what I mean? Like, why would they stop progressing? They're gonna do that when people stop playing. When do I think that's gonna happen? I think by Draenor Classic, everyone will be basically done with the Classic experiment. I don't think there's gonna be like a really, really big audience for Draenor Classic. The unfortunate side of that, though, is that I think there are some people who would like to play Legion. Now, we have to stop using the word Classic at some point. I think they should just call these re-releases Reforged. Like Draenor Reforged, Legion Reforged. That's what I would do. But, yeah, will they do that? I don't know. Yeah, some people really like Legion. Legion would not be fun for me. Even though I love the story in Legion, I love the characters in Legion, I love the zones, like, Legion was the beginning of the end. For me being able to raid, for me being part of a raid team, because Legion introduced the infinite AP grind. Grind your artifact power forever. And the more time you have to grind forever, the more powerful your character will be. If you don't have time to grind forever, you will feel useless to your raid team, and like a scrub. It was the end of raid logging, basically. Like, Legion ended the ability to, like, work on your professions a couple hours a week, make sure you had money for potions and stuff like that for raid, but besides that, like, you were basically raid logging. Legion made it so you had to clear every single world quest on the entire map every single day, get all the artifact power you could, otherwise you felt like you were going to be behind the rest of your raid team. And that was the end. BFA continued the same exact trend. BFA continued it. And that was when I could no longer raid. So, Legion is kind of a double-edged sword for that reason. Asmi, I should accept the invite? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you just gotta let me know in chat, because like if I don't know why people are inviting me, I just say no. I often just assume it's like somebody nearby who wants to group up for a quest, so I often just decline it. But if you say something, I will gladly accept. I appreciate that. That's awesome. That's really generous of you. Thank you. And see, we're not trade restricted either. I appreciate that. That's incredibly generous. And it proves that, like, my account is not trade restricted. We are auction house restricted only, which is strange. Yeah, nice one. We have a lot of money. For this being a fresh account, like a fresh start, we're doing good. You guys have been generous. And we should be good for a while now. Like, we really don't need a lot. Like, besides bag space and wands, like, there's not a lot that we need. This isn't like a melee character where we need to spend like a lot of money on new weapons every 5 levels. As long as we're hitting our like wand thresholds, we're getting the next wand that we can get, like as soon as we can get it, then we're good. I have to, set up the bank alt before I die. That's using your noggin. Yeah. Let's, as a matter of fact, on that topic, let's go ahead and set up our, I think it'd be a good idea if we set up our bank alt before we die. Yeah, I think this is a hot idea. Let's get this done really fast. Because, yeah, do I want to walk around carrying all this gold? No. It's not safe to. So yeah, let's create Ramble's Bank. Let's log Ramble's Bank in, and then we will log them out. And later I will run them to Stormwind. There we go. We now have Ramble's Bank. I probably could have moved 5 feet before logging out, but that's okay. There we go. And yeah, next time we're back in town, I will send away... I'll keep 1 gold on us, like, as often as I can. And then besides that, we'll send the rest of it off. You know, because we could die at any minute. If I don't zoom out, I will die. I'm never gonna zoom out. I'm never gonna zoom out like more than I typically do. I've kind of like already learned that about myself. I know everyone wants me to play out here like this because this is like somehow safer, but I'm not. What we'll do is like what'll happen is we will get into bad situations because of my camera, but part of it will be like dealing with those situations, you know. And I often like the thing about me is like I often pan around to like different angles. I'm often investigating different angles while I'm in combat. So I feel like that helps out a lot, and I don't feel like a lot of people do that. So like I could play out here, or look, I could just investigate different angles, and then we're still not going to be like quite as surprised by stuff. Well, I feel like we'll be okay. You were there when I died and said I should have been zoomed out. Yeah. Listen, this is one of those situations where, like, you're not wrong. Being this zoomed in is a good way to get into trouble. It is. Like, so you're absolutely right. I just know I'm not going to play zoomed out. Because I wouldn't enjoy it. Like, if I played like this, like, ultimately this would bug me. Like, I wouldn't be having as good of a time. I wouldn't be as, like, into it. Like, yeah, you know how I like to play. I like to play about right here. And like, I'll check things out around us, and like, whenever I sense that we're in a dangerous area, I'll probably be doing like a bit more swivel. Like, look, we caught this guy coming in. Like, had I been zoomed out, I would not have seen him any faster. I would have probably seen him at the same moment that I saw him with the reverse camera angle. I'll be okay. Like, yeah, I know this opens us up to danger. Finally, no Paladin anymore? Pfft, man, Paladins are like the best class. Don't need none of that negativity. Finally no you anymore. That doesn't feel good, does it? Yuval, if you're still here, man, and I kind of hope you are, that was an example of like how little it can take. Of how little it can take, but how like I don't feel bad about it. If you're still here, man. Or if you catch this in the VOD. Holy crap, Titans. Dude, you're awesome. I'm gonna take it. That's really incredible. Obviously 5 gold and a bunch of enormous bags is really incredible. I really appreciate that, sir. That is very kind of you. It's amazing. Let's go ahead and pop those on. Oh, the good thing is now we can take the 8-slot bags and we can put the 8-slot bags to the bank alt so she can have like bank slots. So that's awesome. We need to not be right by these respawning Yeti though. Let's move out a little bit. Okay, we got 2 of them. 2 of them. We can take 2 of them. Let's kill the level 6 first. Now what we really don't want to do is we really don't want to die with 11 gold on us. That would be sad. Oh, best music in the game. Best music in the game. Shh, shh, shh. The cave is a little scary. Yeah, we're gonna try not to go into the cave, actually. I don't avoid caves in hardcore, but this cave, we're gonna try not to go into it unless we absolutely have to. And with the respawn rate being what it is, I don't think that we'll have to. Yeah, I guess with the layering here, it's hard to find me, right? You can't just walk up and find me. I'm on layer 3 now that I've been in and out of a couple of groups. Now I'm on layer 3. I actually forgot that hardcore had layers. I remember layers being a really big deal in Season of Discovery, but for some reason, like, I didn't really remember, like, layers being an issue in hardcore. But yeah, now that I think back, I guess it always was. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the big servers, like the big PvP servers, like Fire Maw, Whitemane, they don't have different layers. I wonder why they're still using layers for hardcore. Like, I can't imagine there are many more players on hardcore than like Fire Maw EU or Whitemane US. It's got to be a similar amount. Like, medium population means medium population, so that has to be like a certain number range. And I wonder why they feel the need to still have layers, especially like we have at least 3 layers, which, like, how many are there right now? Like 5, 7 total layers? Why is it necessary, I wonder? I mean, but what about hardcore would say, what about hardcore says, like, we want less people around? Like, that's what I don't get. The best thing about hardcore on Bloodsail Buccaneers was seeing all the people. Seeing all the people every time you died and had to restart. Like, I remember the starting zones on Bloodsail Buccaneers looking like, it looked like opening night. Every time you had to re-roll, it looked like opening night, like day 1 of the game. Day 1 of a new server. Now granted, that was because everyone was getting killed and going again and again and again, but it still felt really cool and unique. And then when official hardcore came out, they had a bunch of layers right away. And like, official hardcore never felt as good as Bloodsail Buccaneers because of the layers. Because you didn't have that feeling of like so many people in the game all at once. Even though they were there, you just couldn't see them. The problem is, like, we already have hyperspawns. That's the thing, is like, it doesn't fix the hyperspawn situation, because that still happens. Even with all the layers, it still seems to happen. And when I played on Whitemane, you know, medium population, supposedly lots of people, there were no hyperspawns, even though there was only 1 layer. If anything, I feel like the layers mess with the spawns, and we just like we get more spawns when we have when the game has layers. You get more spawns, not less. It might have been worse. Yeah, no, because the weird thing is, like I said on White Mane, we just never got fast respawns. I've already seen hyper spawns here like a handful of times, only level 8. And so like if the intention is to avoid like hyper spawns, it's not working. It's not working. And the problem is like layers become a problem. Like let's say I'm in an area of aggressive mobs and I've just cleared the area. If I get invited to a group and I take that group invite, I could then be moved to a layer where all the mobs I just killed are in fact alive again, and then they kill me. In fact, in reality, like you should never take a group invite when you're in a hostile area. You should only take a group invite when you are absolutely safe. Because yeah, jumping into a party could move you to a different layer, and then you could get killed by stuff that you just cleared, which can cause which in hardcore is like that's horrible. It's a horrible way to die. Death by layer change. So it's like if you were gonna pick a version of the game to have layers, hardcore seems like possibly the worst place to do that. It seems like it would make a lot more sense for hardcore just to be one layer. And then that way, if you have hyper spawns, that's okay because everybody is right there to deal with it. Whereas with layers, you're having hyper spawns, but not everybody's in your layer. So you're getting hyper spawns everywhere, but there aren't as many players as you would think, and so more likely that you get killed. Yeah, I mean, hyperspawns are useful sometimes when there are a lot of players around and you are trying to get quests done, then hyperspawns are useful. The problem is, like, when you get to a situation like this, like, all of this stuff could respawn together any second, but there's not any players around, so it's just me. So that's where the trouble comes in. When you have hyperspawns, but you don't have players around. Alright, I said I was not going to go into this cave, and I'm gonna try to stick with that. I'm gonna try to not go into this cave. I'm gonna try to stay on the outside of the cave. Yeah, you can't really. Like, they say it's best to avoid caves. Yeah, but you can't really avoid caves. You have to quest, you have to get the quest done. A lot of the quests lead you into caves. Like, avoiding caves entirely is not really a good option. You just have to be really, really careful. And then cross your fingers and hope for the best. But in this case, I don't have to go into the cave, so I'm going to try to do it on the outside. Am I enjoying the Warlock? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's keeping me alive. I've learned some things about it that I didn't know, and that's always fun for me. I think it's going to be enjoyable as a learning experience and as a way to just keep myself alive. I'm not hating it, so that's good. And I'm not bored with it, so that's good too. Our skinning is at level 70? 69. Nice. Okay, so we have to train that really soon because otherwise we're going to be capped out. I don't want to be running around with that capped out. I wonder if we have like a skinning trainer anywhere nearby. If I could get to my Questie options, I could probably track some of the trainers. But I don't seem to have a Questie button. Oh wait, here it is. Okay, let's track Tailoring, skinning, we want to track cooking, fishing. Yeah, I guess probably the only place to find a skinning trainer is going to be back in Ironforge. So I kind of have to do that. Again, I don't think it's great for us to be out here like with capped out skinning. Yeah, I know people kind of like, I know we also felt this. We thought that maybe Blizz would announce something for Classic Era, but I'm pretty sure the time for that has come and gone. I don't think at this point we can really count on any kind of like announcement for Classic Era. They did their big like announcement with their anniversary video, and I think we found out everything that there is to find out about stuff for right now. We had been speculating if they were going to do like a fresh start, or if they were going to open a fresh start hardcore server, or what they were going to do, but it doesn't seem like they have any plans to do anything. So yeah, I think they've announced everything that they have to announce right now for the 20th anniversary stuff. I'd love to end up being wrong about that, but it doesn't seem likely. Like, they did talk about classic stuff. They talked about the classic stuff that they added to retail. They did they're doing a BRD, Blackrock Depths raid, 8-boss raid, re-envisioned for retail. They put the tier sets from Classic into retail as transmog or whatever. They're doing Classic time walking now in, or they will be rather, in retail. So they did Classic stuff. They just did it in retail and not in Classic. So, yeah. Yeah, so we don't know that though. So you say, and I don't want to get too far into the woods on this because I really don't care. But you say, like, the only thing we know is that Soto has been told by Blizz that his OnlyFans project should be delayed till November for good reasons. We don't know that somebody at Blizz, like, who would know, would tell him that. I mean, sure, like, I get it. Sometimes, a lot of times these people know people that work for Blizzard. But like, do we actually know that, or is that a rumor? So unless he came out on his stream and said this, which I know that he wouldn't, because if he has a source inside Blizz, he doesn't want to get that person in trouble. So unless he came out and he said, guys, someone at Blizz has told me that they're doing something in November and that I should wait until November to do this. Unless that's what was said, then we don't know anything. And I think it's like, I think it's risky to assume that we know somebody else's motivations. It's always a big gamble to assume that we can figure out like someone's motivations. Like, oh, why would he wait till November? You know what? It seems like maybe he heard from Blizzard that they're doing something big. Because like, we're kind of trying to confirm something that we want to be true. Like, we want Blizzard to be doing something big for Classic because we're Classic fans. This desire coincides with the 20th anniversary. And seems to coincide with one person changing their plans by 1 month. But I don't think we can then like extrapolate safely and say like the one thing means the other thing. Like I think it's like risky to assume that kind of stuff. We know nothing. What we do know is this. Blizzard has announced everything they have to announce for the 20th year anniversary. Blizzard has put out all of their official announcements. They have put out their official video for what they're doing for the 20th anniversary. So we know for a fact, for sure, that Blizzard is not planning any kind of Classic Era Fresh Start as part of their 20th year anniversary event. If they do any kind of Fresh Start or anything like that in the future, it will not be related to the 20th anniversary and it will be something completely altogether different. But we know for sure that they're not doing a Fresh Start right now. Like this we know absolutely for sure. Also, like, something to keep in mind, November would be a really bad time to do any kind of Fresh Start in Classic. Because Firelands is going to be coming out. And they're not going to do anything that's going to pull people away from Cataclysm Classic back into Classic Era. Like, that's also something really important to keep in mind. It would be shooting themselves in their own foot if they were to release Firelands at the end of October, and then at any point in November, do a fresh start for Classic. They want people playing the new Cataclysm content they just put out. They want people in Cataclysm more than they want people in Classic Era, because in Cataclysm people can buy WoW tokens. People can use the in-game shop. And so they certainly want people to spend as much time in Cataclysm Classic as possible. And doing a fresh start or a big hardcore event or anything for Classic Era in November would be really, really bad planning on their part. Like really, really just abysmal business sense. And Blizzard is a lot of things, but I really don't think that they would be so abysmal when it comes to like planning their events and like maximizing their potential profits. You know what I mean? This is why I discounted the idea that they were going to do anything in November, because when we got the date for Firelands, it kind of made it obvious that November was not going to be the time for them to do any kind of Classic Era stuff, even if they wanted to, because it just too directly conflicts with Cataclysm releases. But you know, I guess we'll see. You know, we'll wait, and in the fullness of time, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe they'll do a big fresh start event for Classic in November. I don't think so, but it's on the list of things that I would love to be wrong about. Did the Pally get to 60? They absolutely did. We dinged 60 this morning in this very stream. Yeah, November is a community event. Exactly. And I'm pretty sure those guys that we're talking about, I'm pretty sure the people in OnlyFans, is that the guild? I'm pretty sure they're already, like, I'm pretty sure they're already into their hardcore event. Are they not? Because I'm pretty sure they're already into it. I don't think it's been, like, put off necessarily in the sense that they're not doing it right now. I'm pretty sure they're in the midst of doing it. Now, I could be wrong about that because I don't follow these people. But from what I've been told by people who've been in the chat, who do follow these people, I got the impression that OnlyFans had started their hardcore stuff up. They're starting Fresh Horde in November. Okay, so they're still in the planning phases. It's still November. Okay. See, all you guys know this shit. I don't follow these people. Because typically I don't really care what they do. It doesn't tend to impact what I do. So we'll see. I mean, I guess that's it. Like, you can just keep hoping for, like, Fresh in November. Like, it's okay. It's okay to keep hoping for it. I would say, like, don't get completely hung up on the idea, because it really does seem like just this community doing a fresh start. It doesn't seem like anything sponsored by Blizz. If Blizz wanted to do something in November, like a fresh start, they would want to be able to build hype about that. They'd want there to be some period of time when they could tell us about it prior to it coming out, prior to it kicking off. And so they would probably want to let us know, like, 3 or 4 weeks in advance, I think is like a decent amount of time for this kind of thing. So, like, if we expected them to do anything in November, they probably would have told us about it already, because they would want us to be excited for it. They'd want to do some marketing for it, some advertising around it. And yeah, we would probably know about it by now. You know what I mean? We probably would know about it by now, unless they're planning it for really late November. I could see if they were going to do something like the last week of November, how like we probably wouldn't have heard about it yet. But if it was going to be something at the start of November, then I would say if it was official Blizz, they would have officially let us know, so that we could be hype about it. Again, we'll have to see. We don't have a choice. We will have to see. And again, I hope I'm dead wrong. I hope they have a huge announcement for November. I hope it's fresh start, TBC, hardcore, progression, era, wrath, TBC, hardcore. Can I say like more cool words that I like? I hope it's like all of those things. I just feel like it's not going to be anything. I guess that just makes me like an awful pessimist. Unfortunately, I happen to often be right. There's 3 words left. I don't know what they are. Yeah, they're gonna announce the War Within Classic. Right, that's the big announcement. Blood Moon, happy Monday. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think if we could expect a lot, guys, we'd already have some kind of announcement about it. And they are all done announcing their 20th anniversary stuff, so it's not going to be part of that. Yeah, I don't know. Let's head over to Brunel Village and pick up whatever quests we have to pick up over at Brunel Village. Eventually we'll get the last of the Wendigo mains that we need, eventually. Blood Moon, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That is incredibly generous of you, and I very much appreciate it. It felt really good to ding 60. It felt really good. Yeah, and now that character is gonna rest. They've returned to their Stormwind apartment. It's coated in dust. They have a lot of cleaning to do. They have many books on their reading list to read. Many projects to attend to, and just some downtime for that character.
Here there.
They're like semi-retired now.
Off with you.
Hi. Keep your feet on the ground.
Which district? The Mage Quarter, because the Mage Quarter is the prettiest quarter. Yep. It's hard to secure real estate there, but we knew a guy who knew a guy. There you go. What Barden said. Yeah, it's more likely his friends were busy with some other plans until November, and that's why they decided to put... Yes, that's much more likely that it just wasn't going to work out with some other stuff than to think that somebody at Blizzard told him, hey, don't do this because I know something juicy. We're going to get TBC hardcore in November. You guys just all wait till then, okay? Yeah, like, it just being like a personal conflict is much more likely than what people kind of just jump to this idea that he had some inside knowledge. He happened to have inside knowledge about a thing that, like, people want to be true. Like, what are the odds of that? Not very good. Oftentimes, like, the simplest answer is the correct answer, even if it's the least interesting answer. It's often correct. And I think it's definitely so in this case. And that is level 9. Yeah, personally, I don't think he heard anything from Blizzard. And it's not that I don't think he knows people at Blizzard, it's just that in this case, I don't believe there was anything to know. You know what I mean? Like, dude probably knows people that work for Blizz. In this case, I don't think there was anything to know. So I don't think I think that was just something his community probably latched onto as a way to affirm their own desires for some kind of fresh start. Because people are really good at that. We will often latch on to any evidence that what we want to be true is true. It's something that we do as humans, like, almost innately. We will latch on to any evidence that seems to indicate that what we want is real. Which dungeons do I hope to do in the first 30 to 40 levels? I mean, whatever we can. Definitely Dead Mines. It's typically, like, pretty easy to get a group for Dead Mines. Sometimes it's easy to get groups for Black Fathom Deeps, and then, like, after that, it's like, okay, maybe we can do some Scarlet Monastery. But in hardcore especially, like, less and less people are alive the higher level that you get. So as you level up, even if, like, early game it might be easy to find groups, it's going to become, like, increasingly harder and harder to find groups. Blood Moon, we're on the Stitches server, which is an EU server. Yeah, I decided to try out the EU server of Stitches. That's why it's dark. It's dark here because server time is 10:22 p.m. My time is 4:22 p.m. So yeah, that's where we're at. Yeah, SFK could go either way. SFK has potentially good loot, but I've been in SFKs where, like, nothing has dropped. Where, like, we won't even get a single blue item to drop. So that happens also a lot of the times in Classic Era. Is that you do a dungeon, you survive the dungeon, but no loot drops. Because sometimes in Classic Era, you don't even get a blue. Do I like it so far? Yeah, it's been good. yeah, I appreciated being able to see like the late afternoon skybox, the sunset skybox, and now we are playing in the nighttime, which is something that I never get to do. The hope is that since I'm playing like more during the prime time of the server, that like when it comes down to it, I'll be able to find more groups. Whereas when I play on US servers in the middle of the day, well, most people are not playing during the middle of the day because some people have these things called real jobs. And so that's what most people are doing in the day. So yeah, I think this will be better for me to like find groups to be able to do stuff. I'm contemplating like starting up Cataclysm over here, so that by Mist of Pandaria, maybe I can find a raiding guild that raids when I want to be playing, as opposed to guilds that raid like at night during times that I'm never gonna play at night. I don't want to play at night. I want to find people that play and that raid during the time that I play most. So yeah. I was thinking of also playing some Cataclysm. Maybe in my own time, maybe as a recorded series, not on the streams. I don't plan to stream Cata. But maybe in my own time, or maybe just in a recorded series. Getting Cata going over on the EU servers. What's a good what's the highest populated Cataclysm Alliance server? Maybe somebody here knows. What's the highest populated Cataclysm Alliance server? With Curse of Weakness here, we should be fine. The only problem is if we let this guy kill our pet, that's not going to be good for us. So let's get him off our pet, or at least get him down. And then we should be good to take care of the wolf. Curse of Weakness is like amazing. It lets us tank so much that like otherwise would kill us like pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm rocking double subs now. For the time being. I don't think I would ever move my retail stuff over. I don't think I would ever be able to do retail on the EU side because like I don't have anything unlocked. You know, like I would have no allied races, I'd have 0 transmog, like I don't think I'd ever move retail over to EU, but Cataclysm and Mist of Pandaria I would. Firemaw and Everlook, okay. And then Firemaw is PvP, correct? Because there are still PvP servers in Cataclysm. Alex, good evening, man. Welcome to the stream. And Everlook is the PvE one. I probably, like, if I'm playing on my own, and if I'm not streaming it, then I wouldn't mind playing on the PvP realm. And like I said, I would have no plans to stream it, so I'd probably just play on the biggest realm that I could. Yeah, you know what? I forgot about fear. I should probably remember to use this, like get practice with using it so it's more of a reflex. Now this is a single target, or I have to target the enemy that I want to fear. Yeah, strike fear, causing it to run for 10 seconds. Damage caused may interrupt the effect. Only one target can be feared at a time. Okay. So it's not like a retail fear. It doesn't fear everything around me. Howl of Terror is an AoE fear, but that's way later. Oh, that's cool that we get one though. So we'll have double fears. Double fear seems a little bit overpowered. I don't want to go too deep in the cave, but all of the free skins are kind of hard to resist. Why am I playing on the EU servers? I'm gonna have to like, I don't know, I'm gonna have to like have an auto reply like that I can just paste in the chat when people ask this, because otherwise I realize now that I'm gonna have to repeat myself a lot, and that for some of you guys that's gonna get like really annoying. I'm okay with it. I'm obviously fine with the sound of my own voice. TLDR. Let's see if I can boil this down to a TLDR. I play WoW during the times that I play WoW, and where I'm from, that's not prime time. It's taken me a long time to realize that if I'm willing to play on the EU servers, I can play when it's prime time for everybody else. So I can play WoW when I want to play WoW, like right now, at 4:30 in the afternoon for me. But then server time, it's a time when the majority of people who play are able to play. That's it, I think. Yeah, I want to be playing during prime time, and I'm never gonna play at night. I'm never gonna play at night. It took me we did 2 raids. With Cataclysm, I did 2 raids with you guys, and that was enough for me to learn that I do not want to play at night. I don't enjoy playing in the evening. I don't even have 2 brain cells to rub together in the evening. I don't have a lot of patience in the evening when my day is done. And what I like to do in the evening is I just like to chill. I turn something on YouTube, or I read a book, or we watch football, or we watch a movie. And I'm just like, I'm an old person. I just want to chill out in the evening. And so, like, this gives me the opportunity, if this works out and there are no problems and I like it, it gives me the opportunity to play during prime time, during the times that I normally play. And it's probably the only way that I'm going to be able to raid in Mista Pandaria. The only way I'm gonna be able to like raid actively and enjoy it and like have a good time and not be annoyed every time it's raid time is if I'm raiding like right now. Like ideally I'd be raiding right now, and I'd be raiding for maybe like another hour, and then raid would end, and then it would be dinner time for me. That's like the ideal situation. It's like, you remember when I tried to do Saturday morning raids in Season of Discovery, and nobody wanted to do Saturday morning raids? Like, the reason why I wanted to do that was because that was going to be the time that I enjoyed raiding the most. It was going to be like during the morning, during the early afternoon, during the day. Like, so yeah, it's a selfish choice. I'm doing this like selfishly, so that in the future, especially looking towards Mista Pandaria, like I would like to see those raids. And I know the only time that I'm gonna see them enough to clear them and like get any kind of like gear or progression is if I can do that during the day. Alex, of course you do. Hey, to be fair, we've been talking about this for the better part of a week. So you might not have been around when we've been chatting about this. But it's been a few days. We've been talking about like potentially checking out the EU servers and all that stuff. This is not something that I decided on a complete whim. I let this thought like mature over the course of like several days. And I thought hardcore would be a fun place to like try it out. We do have more mail. More mail, you say? Speaking of mail, I have to mail off some of the gold I have to the bank alt because right now we have way too much gold. I don't want to die with 11 gold, so seeing as how I'm in a cave, death is probably very close. Alright, we are done with this quest. So we will get out of here. We have rumble shots ammo to turn in still. We have a couple of bears. We need bears. We need Rhapsody malts. Can you transfer to Era on death? Yeah, you can transfer when you die. You don't have to die to transfer. I don't know if there's a level requirement. Like, I don't know if maybe you have to be level 10 or something. But yeah, you can absolutely transfer your character to an Era realm when it does die. That is a feature that they were kind enough to put in. So that, you know, people don't feel like they unilaterally wasted their time. If I die, yeah, if you die with the gold is gone. I'm not sure. I'm not going to test it. I would think that if I die, the gold is gone in the sense that it's off the server. Yeah, like I can't pop back on my character, transfer the gold to another hardcore tune, and then transfer off. So like if I die with this gold, it's gone from this server. But if I die with 11 gold and I transfer the character to like another realm, they have the gold. I just don't, once I'm dead, I don't have a way to keep it on this server. So many skins. All of the skins. I'm gonna spend the rest of the stream skinning, I guess. Justin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Am I liking the Warlock so far? Yes. So far, I am having a good time. I'm kind of excited to learn the Warlock a little bit more. I hope we live long enough for me to learn a little bit more about the Warlock. I've already learned a couple of things that were kind of revolutionary, like how useful Curse of Weakness is at low level in hardcore. Like how much it actually reduces their damage was really surprising. So that was a cool new thing we learned. And yeah, I think it'll be good. If I'm careful and I don't get too carried away, I think it gives me one of the best chances of actually surviving for a long time. Admiral's Arms, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Typically, even on a hardcore server, like I don't feel stressed until we're already this close from death. Like there is no stress in like my moment-to-moment gameplay. If that makes sense. Like the only time I feel stress in hardcore is when we are literally about to die. But the rest of the time, I'm fine. I don't know if that's probably not the same for everybody. But yeah, I don't feel any different while I'm playing until we get into like a really bad situation. And those typically only last for like 20 or 30 seconds one way or another. Admiral's Arms, thank you for the super chat, man. This is a little bit of an experiment. We are on a hardcore server, and I'm actually playing on an EU server for the first time in my life. That's why you'll notice right now in the game it's dark out. We're on the Stitches server, and it's 10:41 p.m. server time. So that is what we're doing for this character. Is I wanted to check out EU servers because when I play during the day, they are in their prime time, and I'm using this character as the opportunity to like check out the EU side of things. So that's what we're doing. What's my ping? Basically nothing. My ping has been 114, 115. There is no ping like that anymore. Not between the US and the EU. For an example, like back in 2006. My ping would have been like 300 just connecting to a US to East server. Like my ping, and that was good at the time because internet used to suck. You used to be lucky to have 20 gigabit down and like hardly any upload, and that used to be good internet.
How are you?
And so the game is built to accommodate like quite a bit of millisecond lag.
Keep your feet on
But
the
yeah,
ground.
115 millisecond lag is basically zero.
Safe.
For all intents and purposes, it's nothing. Like, you could get all the way up to, like, probably about 400 ms. Maybe even 500 ms before you're even able to experience any of the lag. Alright, where do we want to go now? Do I want to head out here and take on all this stuff out this way? Maybe. Maybe we should go back to town first. I know we have at least one breadcrumb here that will have a follow-up. Let's go back and do a couple things back in town. So to make my account, I just went to the World of Warcraft site. I logged into my Battle.net account. And then if you go under accounts and services, you can start a new trial account, and when you do that, it has you pick whether it's US or EU. So yeah, the first thing I did was just log into my Battle.net account. I went to my accounts status page. I went to start a new trial account, and then I clicked the drop down to make that an EU account. And then I subbed it. And now here we are. Now I have my subbed EU account. I access that in Battle.net the same way I access my US account. I don't need to have a different game client or anything else like that installed. I just need to change the drop down in my Battle.net to select the EU account when I want to play on the EU servers. Yeah, you do want to log into your Battle... Now don't start a new Battle.net account. You don't want to do that. Log into your existing Battle.net account, go to your accounts and status page, start a new trial account there while you're logged in, and then select EU.
What can I get for you today? Be good.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
What's on your mind? Safe travels.
All right. I mean, it said we got candy that time. Oh yeah, we got a treat bag. We got a flimsy female dwarf mask. That's actually really terrible. That's actually awful. Okay. Let's take that off. A fair warning, if you're planning to play Kata or retail, you won't be able to buy a WoW token in the shop. I mean, that doesn't matter for me because I've bought exactly 0 WoW tokens in my entire life, so... It could be... That's a good warning for other people, though, because some people do enjoy a WoW token.
Well met.
I'm just not one of those people.
Be good.
I still have never been able to pull the trigger on a WoW token. So, yeah. Gold to the bank alt. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's mail some of our gold to the bank alt. I'm gonna keep like the 1 and 15 silver. Ooh, see, we got stuff. Guys, thank you so much for the assistance. Now, I have a greater magic wand already. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab the linen, and then I'm gonna return the wand. Because I don't need another one. So I appreciate that. Same thing here. I'll take the bag. The bag is helpful. I'm gonna return the wand. I really appreciate the help, guys. Very thoughtful of you. I don't think these guys have any follow-ups, but let's head over to the depot really fast and turn these ones in, just in case. And yes, I forgot to mail the gold. I got caught up. I got so distracted by opening mail that I didn't send any mail. And I do realize this. If that surprises anybody, well, if it surprises you that I forgot, you probably haven't been here for very long.
Talk to me. Be good.
It doesn't surprise me.
Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground.
Oh, there we go. We do have a follow-up. Okay, I'm glad we came over here.
See you soon.
Okay, we're heading back that way anyway. I'll just stop by the mailbox. We have to basically run in a similar direction. Alail, I'm glad you're having a good time, man. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us. If I ever plan on dying, the wand could be useful. Well, to be fair, I never plan on dying. I plan on living all the way to 60. Now, does that always happen? No. In fact, historically, it hasn't. But yeah. I never plan on dying. Rambles Bank. Golds. With many Z's, obviously. And we will send 10 of it. Okay. I can't send mail. I can receive mail. I can receive trades. But I can't use the auction house yet. And I can't send mail even to my own character. So I think I have to wait the 24 to 48 hours. Which is kind of a bummer. Because that increases the odds that I die with this stuff. But it does seem like that's the case. It seems like I'm looking at least 24 to 48 hours to be able to send mail and to be able to use the auction house. It's not 30 days unless it's a new Battle.net account. If it's a new Battle.net account, like a brand new account, it would be 30 days. This is not a new account. This is an account created under a Battle.net account that has existed for as long as Battle.net accounts exist. And so there's no way that they're going to lock this account out of the auction house for 30 days when I'm paying a sub. The sub is being paid. The sub has been charged. And this is not a new account. This is a Battle.net account that's existed for as long as Battle.net has existed. If it were a brand new account, then that would probably be true. So it's not 30 days. And yes, I know you can Google, I know you can type something into Google, and you can get that as a search result. I do understand that. In this case, it's not accurate to this situation. There's no way that they have you pay your sub for 30 days on an active account, on a Battle.net account that's 20 years old, and restrict you from the auction house for that entire month. There's no way. It's just not how it is. Because keep in mind, I can trade, which we've done, and I can receive mail, which I've done. So this is not that lockout. This is not the lockout that restricts trading, that restricts mailbox use, that restricts auction house. This is going to be a 24 or 48 hour thing that gets resolved. So by tomorrow or the day after that, we'll be able to use the auction house. And we can't send mail yet. I'm still restricted on sending mail. We can receive mail, we can receive trades. We can't use the auction house or send mail yet. Yeah, in 30 days you would die in that time. Yeah, most people will. We might. Right, exactly. Most people might die in that time. Alright, we're headed back out to Brunel Village. And some people had found that the 30-day information you guys are finding actually only applied to sod. Some people were digging a little bit deeper and discovering that whatever you're Googling that's giving you the 30-day information, that only applied to Season of Discovery for some reason. So we'll see. We'll see tomorrow or the next day. And then yeah, if it turns out, like, if tomorrow or the next day I can't use the auction house, I will be putting in a ticket because I want a Blizzard representative to explain to me that I am paying for a month of access to the game, and yet even though they have taken my money, that they have still stopped me from interacting with the auction house. I want that explanation. I will force that to come from some kind of Blizzard representative, if that ends up being the case, which it won't. Because then they would have to be fielding all kinds of communications just like that. It's not a trial account. It's not a trial account, it's a subbed account. Like, And the auction house is definitely part of the game. Just like sending mail is definitely part of the game. Yeah, restrictions were for sod only. There you go. Look what we're not playing. We're not playing Season of Discovery. I still feel like that would only apply to a new Battle.net account. Because there is a difference between starting up another account on your Battle.net and being a new Battle.net account. So I still feel like even the sod restriction could have been just like new Battle.net, but whatever. Either way, like, I don't care about sod. I'm happy we're not playing sod. A lot of zones do have weather effects. Yeah, there could be snow here. The skybox doesn't usually change too much unless there's like cloud cover, but there's definitely many zones with weather effects. There's many zones where it rains, there are zones where it snows. In Tannerus there can be sandstorms. But yeah, it'll often rain. As far as like new skyboxes and stuff, I don't know. Sometimes I wish that WoW was on like an in-game clock so that the day or night cycle was not dependent on the server time, but that the day-night cycle was something that would like repeat throughout the day, similar to like Final Fantasy XIV. I feel like that lets people see, like regardless of when you're able to play the game, you get to see the different skyboxes that way. But you know, it's been 20 years and they've been happy to stick with the time of day being controlled by the server time. Did I trade my Imp Firebolt too? You know I didn't.
Off with it. Watch your back.
Did I remember to buy the weird little book thing on the class that I've only played a couple of times? No, I did not. I did not buy the little book thing.
Watch your back. Off.
I'll try to remember that more back in town. I grabbed the one for Blood Pact. You know, people reminded me to get that, so I grabbed that one, but no, I didn't buy anything else yet. This has given us a kill quest for a bunch of stuff in the area. We have Shimmerweed we have to collect over this way. Let's try to head over and do that. We'll kill whatever wildlife we can on the way. So, like, what level do I get Drain Life? I would love to have Drain Life. I feel like once we have that, we can deal with basically any situation. Which probably means I don't get it for a while. It's not worth using it to level 38. If I'm about to die and it's the difference between like having HP and not having HP, then it could totally be worth it. But I kind of understand what you're probably saying. But like just having it at all as an option to get a little bit of my health back at any moment could be the difference between life or death. Could be the difference. Patrick, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you for that. Hitting 60 was a big milestone. That was the first Classic Era character that I've capped off within Classic Era. Whereas, like, we've capped off characters in TBC, we capped off some characters in Lich King, we've obviously capped off some characters in Cataclysm, but that was the first character that got capped off in the Classic Era. So, yeah, kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. What I really liked about the playthrough is that, like, when I started playing that character, we primarily focused on that character. And, like, I didn't play a bunch of alts, I didn't jump around and do a lot of other stuff in different versions of the game. I was able to, like, settle on that character. We were able to play that character, like, from when we picked it up, basically all the way to 60. And so that was, like, very nice. As someone who has historically been, like, a huge altaholic, being able to pick up a character and just like basically single mind them like all the way to 60 felt really good. Dinner time is incoming. No, I don't count Season of Mastery. I got the Warrior to cap and that felt pretty good, but I don't really count that because we were getting the 40% XP buff. It was still an accomplishment, like capping the Season of Mastery Warrior still felt good. But since we were getting the 40% XP buff, like I don't really count that when I think about like Classic Era characters that we capped off. Can I turn my pet's floating name off? His floating name is like, it's kind of too low. It's like almost inside of his character model. I'm gonna see if I can turn that off. Probably under interface? Friendly players. I could turn friendly players off. Oh, minions, there it is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's turn that off. So on casters, I'm going to use Curse of Agony. Since obviously, like, for a caster, Curse of Weakness is not going to help us. We'll switch over to Curse of Agony. If we're not careful here and we're not lucky, this could turn into a shit show. Let's see if we're lucky. I think we got lucky because somebody else is up here. Yeah, somebody else is helping us. Inadvertently helping us. Wonder if I can get close enough to click this without aggroing that guy. Probably not, if I had to guess. I'm gonna grab one of these because I helped clear this camp as well, so I'm not gonna take all of it, but I am gonna grab this one. Oh, the respawn rate on these crates is pretty high. Look at that, we're already done. They all just respawned again. That's a crazy respawn rate for a quest item. Wix the Joyous Journeys XP buff? Yeah, man, it's 50%, it's pretty decent. Especially like if you're someone who doesn't have heirlooms, then it's huge. If you have heirlooms, then that makes it even faster. Yeah, I may level up a Kata character on the EU servers. Just to see what that's like. I think if I do that, I'll just make it a recorded series. Heirlooms you buy off a vendor, so heirlooms you'll worry about that once you have a character capped out at max. You get them off one of the badge vendors in your major city. There's a couple of them you get from being in a guild, so you should probably like just jump into a leveling guild, and you'll start earning reputation with the guild, and that way when you hit max level, you'll have access to the guild vendor. I think it's the helmets and the cape that are sold on the guild vendor, and then shoulders, chest, weapons are off the badge vendor. Justice badges, I think.
Talk to me. Be good. Watch your back. Off with you.
And that is level 10. And that gets us into our talent trees. I am going to go 5 points in corruption to get corruption down to an instant cast. After that, I'm up to do anything, but this is what I'm going to invest in first, so I'm just going to go ahead and take that. Suppression, reduce the chance for enemies to resist your affliction spells could be good. People often recommend demonology when we're talking about hardcore. Increase the effect of your imp's firebolt, fire shield, and blood pact. Sounds good, excuse me. And stamina 3% reduces your total spirit by 1%. Ugh. This is like a kiss curse mechanic. So you get a lot more health, but then you get less regen. I don't know if that's like really great. Then again, increasing your stamina by 15%. I'm assuming that takes into account like any plus stamina that you have on your gear, right? That actually could be really huge. Spirit isn't needed as much for warlocks. Okay. Yeah, this actually seems like it could be really powerful if it's taking into consideration not just your base stamina, but like whatever you have on your gear as well. Maybe we go 5 points here. Increase the maximum mana of your imp, a voidwalker, succubus, incubus. Increases the effectiveness of Voidwalker's taunt. Consume shadows, sacrifice, okay. And improved health funnel. Maybe we will end up going into demonology. At least for a while to check it out. More health equals more mana tap, yeah. Maybe we will do that. It sounds like a decent idea. Spirit gives Locke spell power, not in Classic Era. Not in Classic Era, it wouldn't. Nothing gives spell power in Classic Era besides like things that say like straight spell power. Like if it says like plus shadow spell damage, plus spell damage. Yeah, in Classic Era, it's just Spirit is only regen. In other versions of the game, like Intellect can give spell power, other things give spell power, but nothing gives spell power in Classic Era. Even Intellect in Classic Era, Intellect is increases mana and the chance to score a critical hit with spells, and then Spirit is just health and mana regen. Alright, we could probably try to fight these guys. Sometimes I don't do this quest right now, sometimes I come back for these ones. Because this can be kind of a tricky area to not die in. But let's see what we feel about it. We might want to wait until we have the Voidwalker for some of this stuff. I don't have Demon Skin up, that's going to be pretty impactful on me. Curse of Weakness is not as strong as it was really early on. So yeah, the effectiveness of Curse of Weakness seems to be waning a little bit. But then again, I didn't have my Fel armor up that time, so yeah, that's a little bit better. Maybe we're still good with the Imp for now. He put Decayed Strength on us, strength reduced by 2. Thankfully, that does not negatively impact us at all. This is a little bit iffy. I think I'm gonna bail. It might be too... I might have made that choice a little bit too late. Yeah, we need to bail. As long as I don't run into anything else, we should be okay. I made that choice to run away like 3 seconds too late, but we lived. That's the important thing, is that we're still alive. Does the imp's damage show as a number 2? I feel like it should be. But then again, like I'm not certain that it is right now. We're relatively safe for a minute. Yeah, I'm not really... Yeah, pet damage is on, so it's showing. I think it must be one of the yellow numbers. Probably the yellow number that appears off to the side should be the pet damage. Yeah, that was a little bit too close. I feel like having the Voidwalker for these guys would probably be a little bit safer, honestly. Let's not forget to get our imp back out. So for the Voidwalker, can I do the Voidwalker quest in Elwyn or Dunmorrow, or do I have to do it in Elwyn because I'm a human? Because yeah, I think I have to prioritize getting the Voidwalker really soon. That's right, we can do the mage quest anywhere. Yeah, we should be able to do it wherever we're at, I guess. I'm assuming the trainer would have it for us back in Keranos. Amy, you're thinking about 10 minutes for dinner? I'm thinking about 10 minutes for this quest. So that works out. That's a dead dwarf back there. It looks like he died recently. He seems rather fresh. Here we go. If we can tag both of these, that's the last two that we need. Dustin, that's awesome, man. Congrats. Yeah, the quest in Stormwind takes us to the Slaughtered Lamb, which is back in the Mage Quarter. I don't think I've ever done the Warlock quest anywhere else except Stormwind. And I honestly don't really remember like what's involved. Or if we have to fight the Voidwalker, or if we have to fight other mobs to get the Voidwalker. I really don't know like what to be prepared for. Or even if it's something that could possibly kill me if I'm not prepared for it. Those are the parts that I don't know. Like, is it dangerous? I don't know. Is it dangerous? Asking for a friend.
How are you? Hey, good. Watch your back. What can I do for you?
Yes, it is dangerous. Okay. Okay, good. Good, good, good.
Be good.
We do have to fight the Voidwalker. Okay, but maybe the Voidwalker's not hard to kill. Yeah, the Mage quest is a killer, because the Mage quest spawns like 3 different mobs, like basically all at once. Yeah, I remember the Mage quest getting people killed. But I don't know about the Voidwalker quest. Okay, so maybe dangerous. Yeah, I don't know what to think now. I mean, I guess I can like feel it out. Worst case scenario, if it's an encounter that I can't tackle, I'll run away and like reset it and fail the quest or whatever. I don't know, but we're gonna have to try to get the Voidwalker. So I mean, I've had the Voidwalker at level 11 before, like in hardcore. I then got killed at level 11, but I know I was able to get the Voidwalker without having to wait until I was a higher level. So maybe just being prepared for the idea that I'm gonna have to fight, there might be a little bit of danger, maybe I'll be okay. Another dead player. I wish you could hover over them and see like what class they were. This looks like a rogue. It's either a rogue or a hunter. I don't see a ranged weapon though. I'm gonna go ahead and speculate that he got dragged down by a bunch of wolves. If he died right here, like a pack of wolves and maybe a bear or 2 is most likely. Sometimes I wish you can do like the bloodstains from like Dark Souls and like Elden Ring, where like if a player has died within the last like hour, if you could click on them and get like a reenactment of their last couple seconds of life so you can see like what killed them, that would be a really cool feature for hardcore WoW. Like some kind of temporary bloodstains. I understand that they couldn't stay up for very long, but even if they were up for like an hour after the player died, that would be really cool. Someone hit level 60 on Stitches. Oh yeah, it plays like a fanfare, doesn't it? Doesn't like some kind of sound effect go off? Unless you disable it, like I'm pretty sure that I've done. Like whenever somebody hits 60 on the hardcore realms. You saw a yellow message. I'm pretty sure there was also like a sound effect that played. Unless I'm just like making this up. I remember having to go in and like disable it.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground. Safe travels.
Alright, so I need to buy the next rank of Fireball for the Imp. Warlock Trainer, Demon Trainer, here we go.
How are ya?
So yeah, Fireball rank 2. Okay.
You have a great day now.
That's gonna help out a lot, I'm sure.
Can I help you?
And then what do we get at level 10? We get Drained Soul, that'll make a Soul Shard. So we need that for Soul Shard generation. We got Demon Skin rank 2, which is awesome, and Immolate rank 2.
Right.
Okay, with my macro should automatically use the highest rank. Because in my macro, I don't specify which rank to use. So that should always be using my highest rank of Immolate. Let's grab Drained Soul. We're gonna have to have that out. Alright, and the thing is, like, he didn't have a quest. So maybe I do have to go back to Elwyn Forest for it. Because this Warlock Trainer had nothing for me. Unless I have to pick it up in the major city. The Slaughtered Lamb. Yeah, see, look at this. This leads us back to Stormwind no matter what. Like, no matter what, we're going back to Stormwind. I'm gonna go ahead and just hearth myself back to Goldshire. There's a pickup in Ironforge. We can pick up a breadcrumb here. But it says, report to Gakken the Darkbinder in the Mage Quarter of Stormwind. So it's sending us to Stormwind no matter what. Like, that being said, like, maybe I should get the, maybe I should grab the quest. It's 420 XP. Which at this level, 420 XP is not bad. I'm still carrying 11 gold because I can't mail. I can receive mail, I can trade and receive trades, but I can't send mail yet, and I can't use the auction house yet. It seems like it's going to be like a 24, 48 hour thing. I just subbed this account. This account got subbed this morning. I should have been smart, and I should have subbed it on Friday when I knew I was going to be doing this. But I waited till today. So like tomorrow or the day after, I should be able to send mail and use the auction house. Yeah, I'm just hoping not to die. Is it the same quest by the Warlock Trainer in Goldshire? I have no idea. Maybe. Let's just hearth back. Like, it's fine. We'll just hearth back. I have dinner coming anyway, so I am going to have to stop right here for today. I've had an amazing time. It's really interesting to be on the EU servers. It was cool to see, like, the skybox turn from late afternoon to sunset to nighttime. I don't often get to play during those times, so that was kind of a joy. And yeah, I think this is going to be a fun playthrough. Thank you guys for being here for it. We'll be back tomorrow at the normal time, 12:30 my time. And we will pick up right here. I'm going to park it right here at the inn for the day. I hope you guys have a good rest of your afternoon or evening time, and as always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.